so difficult question. Very much. Go. Yeah.
Really, just many thanks for this presentation. It joins the public of letters, digital humanities. Actually, don't feel confident for asking questions, but it was very interesting.
Thank you very much. But please do ask questions.
So maybe if I have to ask a question, which program did you use to make these maps?
Okay, I encountered so many problems creating images. So is it a technical question you are asking?
Is it more a technical?
It's not only technical, honestly. So the first is one has to create the data and decide, and there already has to be a research question behind the data, because you already have to have in mind what you actually want to visualize. And in that moment, you have to clean the data, which is also quite difficult, because you have historic names of people, places, you have to geocode historical places. I think many of you know this kind of issues. And especially when you want to visualize a category that is not precise in these times, like professions, it starts to become really tricky. And even though it's helpful, you withdraw from presenting it because it's so unstable field, I would say. So these are just what gets in my mind right now. Issues there are much anymore. I'm using a Palladio platform, which is quite simple, but again, the data have to be ready to actually get something useful.
Sorry, what's your remark? But if you wait a while, of course, it's just because I want to add one very important mention to what Eva said already, because she is very experienced author of several databases. If you look on the website, early modern letters online, on the website of Oxford University, you will see a lot of entries provided by Eva, as well as if you see the website Historická korespondence.
You should definitely advertise this one.
Abbreviation ICO, you will see full databases provided by Eva. For example,
there is actually what would be of interest is that I started to collect these post-white mountain letters. And of course, I would guess that like 2/3 of them are actually letters of Jesuits. So right now it's only a catalog, but with Marcela Slavíková, it may happen that she will add like abstracts and more information, mention people, etc. But right now it's mainly like it gives you a quick look like what's in there. It's not large right now; it's like maybe 300 letters. I would love to actually add Balbin's letters, but we have to discuss it, etc. To get even more.
And that's the reason why I should add this mention is very close to the mention. So your time is here.
And so actually I wanted to ask the same question Andrea already asked, but also I just wondered if you could tell a little bit more about your project. So what are its scopes? What are you planning to do with this correspondence? And I would really love to hear about it. Thank you.
I think that it will start with what I know most or best, which is correspondence. And what I'm interested in is like really what was the position of the scholarly community in the period, in the 30 years after the Battle of White Mountain within the European learned Republic of Letters. I'm also interested in how these contacts were created and how they were kept. And also how, because it's also very, it's connected, how it is connected to exchange and travel of books and printing of books, because of course there are many books mentioned in the letters, and you can get a picture from letters how this actually practically works. yeah, so basically this is, I'm sure this won't be a breakthrough in early modern post-white mountain studies, but I hope to at least somehow add something new to this subject.
Some evidence of books which are related from writers when resonance to the Czech drawings or not?
This is what I would like to do, is to actually, because I have names of the books, not of all of them, but some of them he mentions in the letters. And what I didn't do, but I should, is to actually go through Continuum and see whether there is some sign of that these are actually like books from Antwerp, or books. So I can have the list, but I have to go to the library and look at them.
A short question. You mentioned the archives of the museum. Does this mean that those archives you quoted are physically where the Museum Planten Morenus in Antwerp is? The same building, the same place?
And we were unlucky at the same time this summer, because what happened is that for some problem with air conditioning, week before we actually should do our research trip, planned carefully for like half a year, they told us that they want us left in. But we were really persistent, and persistent so that they let us in even for a shorter amount of time. And we were lucky enough to actually sit within the really like a beautiful room with these letters, because they didn't have anything else to offer us. So it was great. It's in there. It's in there. Yeah, it's accessible if air conditioning works.
Well conditions. I think this issue was also important for early modern writers. I suppose not.
No, there was nothing else.
Flags and so on. Okay, thank you very much. Have anybody else a question or remark? So I want to thank Eva once more time, and as well you for a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker will be just one lady from Slovakia, but our authors are two. So I want to briefly introduce both authors. Erika Jurikova is from Trnava. Currently, she teaches at the Department of English Language and Literature of Education at the University of Trnava. She focuses on Neo-Latin writings with an emphasis on the production of the historic Jesuit University of Trnava. She wrote several books and articles. I won't mention just one. A monograph Colomba Laureata Panegyric prints from the Trnava Academic Print House. Erika Jurina is also very experienced translator. For example, she translated several works by a Hungarian scholar and scientist Matthias Bell. And second author is Miriam Ambruzova Poriezova. She is working at the University Library in Bratislava in the cabinet of retrospective bibliography. From this condition depends, she is involved in research on bibliographic processing of non-legal periodicals as almanacs, yearbooks, schematism, and so on. She is the co-author of bibliography of these books, so almanacs, yearbooks, and proceedings in Slovakia. from the 18th to the 20th century. So today we will listen to Erika Jurikova, and I will give the floor to yours and switch to your presentation.
Thank you for the introduction. So, dear colleagues, in our contribution, prepared together with my colleague Miriam Andružová-Poriezová, we would like to shed light on the in the Czech province of the Society of Jesus and the Jesuit-managed Trnava University that we have discovered after a study of the publishing activity of the academic printing house in Trnava and the literary archives in what is today's Bohemia and Moravia. Books that were published in Trnava can be found there, especially those published in the 18th century. Before I proceed onto the substance of our contribution, let me outline the main points of the existence of the historic Trnava University and its academic printing house. The chief objectives of Trnava University, founded in 1635 by Cardinal Peter Pázmáň, after an effort that lasted over 20 years, were the dissemination and support of the Catholic faith, training of domestic clergy, and the education of Catholic-oriented and pro-Habsburg youths and clerics. The effort to meet the stated objectives was aided by its printing house, a high-capacity institutional enterprise, which has left a distinctive trace in the history of book culture. Having gradually consolidated its position in market for the publication of books during the first decades of its operation, it took a leading position in the country shortly after the turn of the 18th century. From the very beginning and throughout the whole time, it was active and important part of the program of the publications was occupied by various types of the religious works, especially theological works and the creation of sermons and treatises intended for daily worship. Another large group of works were those intended to be used in education, so textbooks, graduation prints, and dissertations. In addition to the basic works of grammar intended to be used in the grammar school, this also included dictionaries and various linguistic and stylistic handbooks for different levels of study. An independent group was formed by specialist works from the developing scientific disciplines of history, law, and later natural sciences. A stimulus for the publication of these types of literature was provided by interventions by the state authorities in the educational process at the university. Here we should also mention that the extensive production of publications by the academic printing house in Trnava has been the subject of active research for several decades now. In addition to the record-focused bibliographic corpora, both Hungarian and Slovak researchers have produced monographs and particularly numerous studies. The subject matter of this research has been the analysis of individual prints, thematic, language and genre groups, as well as questions linked to the authorial and publishing background of the emergence and dissemination of these prints, especially within the Kingdom of Hungary. Despite the high quantity of publication, the literary production of the printing house, still not researched in detail, provides various opportunities for interdisciplinary research. The network of Jesuit printing houses and a policy of active acquisition ensured the systematic development of archives for the orders libraries in colleges and residences. One direction taken by contemporary research is how publications from Trnava spread into a wide range of libraries of the period. This is linked to extensive work in revitalization, educational activities, and patronage carried out by the Jesuits, along with the personal connections between the older members of the order and the nobility. As an institutional printing facilitator, the Academic Printing House fulfilled the roles of publisher, distributor, and bookshop. It ensured that its publication were sold through its own broad network of commission sellers in our country and abroad. They were also offered through bookshop catalogs. The catalogs themselves ensured that potential buyers were aware of the publication offered by the printing house and were undoubtedly disseminated, above all, within the Catholic schools and then to the various religious orders and associations, and then to private customers. Within the Jesuit educational centers, there were mutual exchanges of books produced for the use. The total production of the printing house is estimated to have been from 5,000 to 5,500 prints. Following the transfer of the university to Buda in 1777, the extensive university library was split up. Part of it remained in Trnava to meet the needs of the newly founded Law Academy and was later moved to Bratislava. It may be said that the prints made in Trnava can be found in almost every collection of historic prints. Analyses have confirmed that they were regularly found in libraries, so private schools, the libraries of church orders and monasteries, which are only known to us today from listenings of the period. Here we have to point to the contacts between the Hungarian and Czech Jesuits within the province of Austria, for which we have evidence from the beginning of their activity in the 16th century. In recent times, the Hungarian researcher Eszter Kovács has actively studied this topic and has broadly summarized knowledge concerning the mutual contacts and culture transfers between the Hungarian and Czech Jesuits in a monograph. Research has focused on the study of book production, with the emphasis on publication for the Czech Jesuits in Trnava and vice versa for the Hungarian Jesuits in Bohemia, the activities of the Czech students in Trnava, and last but not least, the presence, even today, of Trnava prints in selected historical archives in Bohemia. In lieu of a conclusion, we shall briefly outline potential opportunities for future research in this field and the direction it might take. The colleges in Prague, Brno, and especially Olomouc were sought after sites of study for Hungarian students. Distinguished personalities of the Jesuits order, such as the preachers and teachers, Martin Márton and Stefan István Kaldi, Stefan Santo, Juraj György Dobronoky, and Martin Steiner, studied and worked in the Czech province for a certain period of time. After the establishment of the independent province of Bohemia, the number of Hungarian Jesuits in the Czech lands decreased. The order's catalogue only registered 27 persons marked as Hungarians in the period between 1623 and 1773. The highest number of Jesuits from Bohemia and Moravia lived in the Kingdom of Hungary, especially in Trnava, during the Swedish occupation on 1638 to 1645. As noted in period works in the history of the university by the Jesuit Imre Tolvaj, as well as references to the Hungarian Lutheran Matthias Bell, dedicated to the history of Trnava University, Olomouc students brought choir singing and theater to Trnava and generally raised the level of the, until that time, mostly provincial university. Likewise, at the beginnings of its existence, they doubled the number of students which had not exceeded 30-35 students per year in the early years. In the 18th century, the number of Bohemians in the territory of Upper Hungary decreased. On average, it had numbered around 35 and 40 persons up until 1773. They worked as teachers, but also preachers throughout the whole of the Kingdom of Hungary, including Transylvania. In Trnava, 157 persons were registered as having originated from Moravus, Bohemus, or Silesius, according to records after 1773. From notes made next to the names, it is apparent that they were both students and teachers at the faculties of philosophy and theology, and missioners, confessors, librarians, and chemists. A number of them were published, in particular by the Trnava Printing House or the second Jesuit printing house in Kašal and Košice. Let us mention, for instance, František Bromovský, the author of works of ecclesiastical history, which have not yet been studied in detail, a historian of the order, the confessor and professor of mathematics Gabriel Graf, and teachers of grammar Juraj Skoda, Bartholomew Zarubal, and Karol Knop. An analysis of the activities, manuscripts, and printed works provides room for further research in future. Like the topic of the representation of works by Czech Jesuits in today's Slovak and Hungarian libraries should not be omitted. We found evidence of prints for the Czech Jesuits in the publication program of the Academic Printing House in Trnava within the preserved publishing catalogs, which were available from 1710. The highest number of works by Czech authors can be found in the first catalogue of 1710, in particular works by František Herzig. They are often also found in the contemporary catalogues of the libraries of the period. The published authors were e.g. Gaspar Kasparus Knitel and Philip Hackner. From that it follows that Trnava did not publish a wide range of works by Czech authors. An inventory from 1773 of the Academic Printing House has been preserved, in which the published prints are divided into bound and František Herzig's names appears in both sections, whereas his Manuale Parochii and Manuale Confessari enjoyed great popularity, and they can also be found in parish libraries. His work Manuale Controversisticum, printed in 1760, was listed among the Libri Prohibiti items, and there were as many as 800 copies of this work in storage in 1773. Large collection of Trnava prints are held by the Moravian Library. Its 825 items have been identified in the electronic file. The oldest title is one of the earliest prints in the Academic Library. It's a dictionary known as Vocabularium Ungaro-Slavico-Latin from 1648. Religious literature in the broadest sense has the highest representation, ergo specialist works of theology, pastoral handbooks, prayer books, which no surprise given the focus and publishing profile of the printing house. These are followed by publications from classical authors, especially intended for educational uses, works from the history of the Kingdom of Hungary, law books, physics and mathematics, textbooks and calendars. It is clear that the Moravian library collection also included works by Hungarian authors and works designated for and adapted to the Hungarian Anniversaries, which were only published in Trnava or Košice. This applies to the publication of the Holy Histor Martinus Sentivani, historians Franciscus Kazi and Nikolaus Schmidt and Samuel Timon, the nature scientist Andreas Jaslinski, Johannes Baptista Horváth, and so on. Research into the catalog has also made it possible to establish which collections send these books to the Moravian library. The largest group, 412 items, is part of the historical collections, and circa 300 titles come from the library of Benedictine Monastery in Riga. There are dozens of items that came from the library of the Franciscans in Moravská Třebová, the Franciscans in Dačice, the Dominicans in Znojmo, the Minorites in Brno, and 6 titles were part of the collection of the Benedictines in Rome. During the research, the lack of Trnava prints in the collection of the National Library came as a surprise. The probe only yielded 495 items with, for some titles, multiple copies. The oldest item is a prayer book in Hungarian from 1662, dedicated to the widow of the Prince of Transylvania, George II Rákosi, Sofia Bátor. As the previous case, Trnava prints within the National Library also represent a wide range of genre attempts. Once again, works related to factual descriptions of the Kingdom of Hungary, textbooks, calendars, graduation prints, and especially philosophical and theological literature by Hungarian, as well as non-Hungarian Jesuits authors can be found. Unlike the National Library, the range of former owners are rather more diverse. The Trnava prints were naturally part of Jesuits' libraries. The College at St. Clement, the Libašice residence. It is recorded that selected titles were held by Waldstein-Wartenburg and Thun-Hohenstein families. Further, for example, the Czernin family library and the Prague-Lobkowicz library. We find it curious that there are prints who the records indicated were held by the Trenčín district governor Count Josef Piloš-Házy from 1707 and 1766. One is a legal handbook by Asalai. The other is a biography of Count Stephanus Koháry by Franciscus Kazi. Both arrived in the National Library collection as part of the self-building library. In addition to the above, records also contain information on dozens of other owners within the territories of the Habsburg monarchy. The Strahov library mainly contains theological and philosophical works. A probe of its only catalog yielded information on 188 titles. A small proportion of the works is made up of textbooks and works by classical authors, and only a few are specialist works, for example, on history and mathematics. However, the records do not contain information on who possessed the works. Further details will only be provided through a targeted study of this collection. In the final phase of the quest to obtain information on the whereabouts of Trnava prints, we also turned our attention to the collection of libraries administrated in the Chateau Library Department of the National Museum. From the information obtained, it was established that there are Trnava prints in 35 out of the 350 libraries investigated. That is in 10% of Czech libraries. The current number is 146, most of which carry records related to previous ownership. So, conclusion, the research showed that contacts between the Czech and Hungarian Jesuit took place from the establishment of the province. Likewise, the results show that these contacts were most intensive during the educational process, when there was a high number of Jesuit youths studying at Czech Jesuit colleges. Within the book culture, naturally, there was an exchange of books within the Jesuit network and the natural migration of students through the Jesuit system of education. As the processing and availability of historical books collection in contemporary libraries improves, this will provide the opportunity for research into further phenomena of book culture, such as research into the previous possessors of works, how book collections were built, and the destiny of these books after the abolition of monasteries and status quo. Thank you for your
I want to open discussion. Questions will welcome. Yeah.
Mentioned several opportunities to continue the research you discussed. Is that you will follow those directions, or at least some of those, if I may ask, and I know publishing some catalogs of those libraries, or something like Noel Goldberg's published in several volumes, studying the history of contemporary books in China, and there are different examples how the people approach this. I'm just curious, what about the future of your project?
Okay, thank you. I was studying in Nancy 10 years ago. It's a very pleasant place for study.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I enjoyed it. The topic is so fascinating. I wanted to ask a question about the volume production and circulation of books printed in Trnava, in the Bohemian lands before invasion and occupation of the Swedish troops of part of the country. So what could be how would you assess the volume and circulation of these books? Did they send the volume or?
This is a question for my colleague because she is expert for finding the books and titles in every database. Can you repeat your question?
Yes, so thank you for the presentations and the interesting topic. I wanted to ask you to assess the volume of production and circulation of books printed in Trnava in the Bohemian lands before the Swedish invasion and occupation of the country. So the Jesuits are Swedish arrived here and a lot of books from the Jesuits. And so just to have an idea of what it is nowadays in Scandinavia and what is missing to assess what has been lost between the two.
As you can hear, Jesuits in Hungary had quite difficult situation before they had, I think, two residencies, and we know, and residencies, catalogs, and books, which were in these residences. These books were from the first printing house in Trnava from 16th century, then from all Europe, because they had another possibilities. So
when the almost students came to Trnava, it was just Provincial University. It was the beginning of the existence of university with a lot of problems, materials and financial problems. So I think that the connections between the Jesuits before founding the university not very well. So, and the distribution of the books, no, I don't know, but didn't find any books from art in the collections.
So your question, please.
If I can advance, now the Swiss are doing research on books of several provinces. Maybe in Amsterdam Library recently was published the catalog of the legal library, which was mainly about Peter Sjokvist.
Yes. Here in Czech or West.
It's a good occasion for international cooperation.
Swedish people, they still believe that it was their legal right to take the books because they say that according to the law, international law of 17th century.
Thank you for your presentation. Only one thing that we were working on the publication of the materials of the Triglav, not university, but gymnasium, so the secondary school. It's a huge, so 3 volumes, and it is under publication now. And we have some data about students from Bohemian, Moravian, Silesian territory as well. But most of these data are from the first 3 decades, so before 16th most of them. And then they are not attending anymore to secondary school. It's not so difficult for the time period after this years. But we have some students in Trnava in the secondary school from Poland, from the Lithuanian country, and there are some of them, and from Italy as well. And there are some Croats as well, but mostly from Asia. But it's very interesting. The teachers are also Czech scholars are also coming from this period. So what Esther Kovac has also studied is true for the students as well. So maybe this first period would be very interesting to study because there were many students from this region as well, and I don't know whether there are some research for students to do the
Thank you for questions.
Yeah, it's the last question. From which reasons students, the young people, went to the other
We got a Jesuit studying network, and it was typical for society of Jesuit to come to the other country to learn a language. Yes. Yes, community. The students came for teachers.
So, thank you very much for the show. Now it's time for our last warm, let's say, paper. It is also provided by 2 authors, but because Dr. Robert Tomczak is not here presented, so I decided to introduce just Andrea Mariani to serve some time. So, Andrea Mariani, as well as Robert Tomczak, are from the Faculty of History of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. He is interested, especially in the history of the society of Jesus in 17th and 18th centuries. He is also editor of many resources, history of material culture and other resources. His books are also in this field of research. For example, several volumes of inventory of Jesuit colleagues. I think it's for your introduction, and floor is your with paper with title "The Bohemian Province as a Refugee: Immigration and Career of Polish-Lithuanian Jesuits in 1655 to 1664."
Very much. Thank you for the invitation, ladies and gentlemen. Just a short introduction and historical background. In 1665, the fragile peace between Poland, Lithuania, and Sweden was broken, and Swedish armies surged across the border of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. For about 7 years back then, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had already been embattled by one of its deepest crises in its history. In 1648, just as the 30 Years' War was coming to an end, a Cossack uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky broke out in what is nowadays central Ukraine. In 1654, following the Pereyaslav Agreement with the Cossacks, the Russian Tsar Alexis Mikhailovich declared war on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, invading the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and seizing its capital, Vilnius, in August 1655. Of the same year, the Swedes attacked Poland, Lithuania from Pomerania and Livonia. And in 1656, King Karl X Gustav had occupied almost the entire Kingdom of Poland with a rash campaign known in the Polish historiography as the Swedish Deluge. To make things worse, a plague raged in 1652-1653, depopulating large areas of the country. So here you see these parts were occupied by either enemy. Quite obviously, these events also affected the Jesuit order. In 1648, the Society of Jesus ran 53 houses inhabited by 1,400 members across the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Since 1608, the Polish-Lithuanian Jesuits were divided into two administrative units. The Polish province and the Lithuanian province. So you see them in, with dots in different colors showing the houses. And the size of the dot shows you how many people were not, actually it's not houses, it's places, because in some places we have more than one house. But anyway, it shows you the number of Jesuits present at a certain place. And you see also how it changes the geography of Jesuit settlements prior to what I'm going to tell you about today. So you see how certain places were affected. For example, the houses in Pereyaslav, Kyiv, and Novhorod-Siversky disappear at a certain point, and the same thing happens with the eastern part of the Commonwealth. So you see that Vitebsk and Orsha disappear. These were houses closed due to the invasion. So to make a long story short, we can, it seems that something is missing. Oh, that's what I wanted to show. Basically, Jesuits faced various physical threats. Several Jesuits were killed, mostly by Cossacks and Russians, but in some cases also by Swedes and Brandenburgs. There was a slight difference between the two invaders. Of course, no invader was particularly favorable to the Jesuits, but whereas the Russians and the Cossacks plundered, the Swedes usually imposed financial contribution. Thus, the Swedes, Jesuits were expelled from Royal Prussia, so the region of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was prevalently German-speaking and to some extent Lutheran. But anyway, Jesuits could further stay in most locations within the Polish-speaking part of the country. So military occupation brings about the closure of certain houses, but also the disruption of the educational process. So it's not possible to admit new members. It becomes very difficult to conduct the religious formation. And basically what we see prior to 1655 is that the Jesuit population is already increasing. I won't go into these numbers. Just take it for granted. But the problem is that despite this decreasing population, the province has stopped to be able to relocate its people to safer areas or houses within the borders province. So emigration in this context becomes an answer to the crisis. So where this Jesuit went, just in a while, because I would like to ask two questions which I'm trying to answer in this talk. First one is how the presence of a large number of Jesuits affected the province of Bohemia, and the way background, the other way around, to what extent the foreign states influenced the formation, the further career of Polish-Lithuanian Jesuits, possibly after they went back to Poland. Sources and methods we have used. Actually, I made the statistical part. My colleague Robert made the descriptive part. But anyway, we have used well, basically it's a prosopographic kind of approach, quantitative analysis, i.e. descriptive statistics based on personal catalog, in particular catalog is breves from the 12th province we were able to locate Jesuits. And on this background, we will focus on the situation in the Bohemian province. Of course, personal catalogs were issued not to the purpose of statistical analysis back then. You have always to remember that. So we try to double check information with other sources, mainly of narrative nature. These are the historian or the diaries of the Bohemian colleges, and I was able to locate some here in Prague. Very interesting information comes from Beijing and from Prague itself. How did we work with these materials? We have used RStudio, which is an IDE integrated development environment for R. It's a programming language based, one of the many programming languages, Python and so on. For statistical computing and graphics, in particular, we used packages ggplot2 and its extension ggmap for the graphics. So here you see, I will comment shortly some graphs and then come to the conclusions. Here you see the number of Jesuits from the Polish and Lithuanian provinces who were outside their respective provinces. And you see that basically you have on the whole more than 250 Jesuits. With a slight predominance of the Lithuanian province, which is also interesting because the population of the Lithuanian province in the period we are studying was slightly smaller than that of the Lithuanian, the way back then. The population of the Lithuanian province was slightly smaller than that of the province, Polish. Second graph, we try to see where this Jesuit went, and it turns out that the most were actually accepted by the Bohemian province with more than 130 Jesuits, followed by the Austrian and the Roman one. The different colors show you the assistants to which this belongs. So basically, this emigration was directed to the German assistants. to which also the Polish and the Lithuanian province at that time belonged. Now I will show you the same thing, but splitting the data with Jesuits from the Polish province in light green and the Lithuanian province in red. And you can see the preferences, if so can be said, of Jesuits who went either to one province or to the other one. In this case, it's interesting to stress that most Jesuits from Poland and Lithuania in the Bohemian province belonged to the Polish province, and the opposite is in the case of the Austrian province. Honestly speaking, I'm not able to explain why, but I guess that partly, at least, it depends on the neighborhood, right? Bohemian province was close to the Polish province, and certain preferences can also be explained in the case of other provinces. Well, the Romagna was traditionally a place where Jesuits got their formation, especially in the theological field, so it's not surprising that it is 50-50. Whereas Flandria Belgica is interesting. Here we have only Jesuits from the Lithuanian province. It probably depends on the fact that the Baltic regions of the Lithuanian province had traditionally strong contacts with the Netherlands. For example, we have many Jesuits from Belgium in the Lithuanian province, much more than in the Polish ones. So let's go further. Here it shows the classes of Jesuits. This is general, by the way. It's not just the Bohemian province, but basically, if you split the data on different provinces, you get very similar results. So you see that most of them were scholastic. So people emigrating were young Jesuits, who were still attending courses, and actually they could continue them on immigration. Then you see also priests. Magistri are relatively few, in secular recordutors almost nothing. It is also interesting to notice that while the number of scholastics is diminishing, that of priests is increasing between the second and third year of observation. This depends on the fact that many accomplished their theological course and became priests. So this shows you the length of stays in years. You see that most Jesuits stayed for 2 or 3 years, but the Lithuanian province again surprises us because you can see this peak around the 6th year. So it turns out that the Lithuanian Jesuits tend to be for a longer period abroad. And this depended on the situation in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, because the war with Sweden was over basically in 1660 with the Treaty of Oliva, but basically the military situation was improving already in 1558-59, whereas in the eastern part of the Lithuanian Commonwealth, the war lasted until the truce of Anniversarium in 1667. So the military situation is complicated. Vilnius was under occupation until 1660, and that's why the Lithuanian Jesuits tend to go back later. We have also some premature returns, and this was a case I found in the Chronicle of Gichin. I won't read this quote, but basically it's a Jesuit who has told to his fellow, his confreres, that actually Bohemians do not deserve Adalbertus relics. It's because Adalbertus it's much more beloved in Poland. And of course you get the impression of his Poland St. Paul who back then was making a fuss about relics and now maybe about coal mines. But I will try to say it also the way back around. It's interesting for me that this was not a public ceremony. It was an internal question, but since it was deemed necessary to send this Jesuit back to Poland, Lithuania, and we have also other cases. I won't mention them. If there are questions, I can tell you about them. So where did the Jesuit live? You see here the places. We have a slight problem with overplotting. I have to sort out it for the publication, but anyway, in different colors you see the provinces to which the single houses belong. In orange color you have the Bohemian province. Further, you can see where Jesuits accomplished the main stages of their religious formation. So, rhetorics, the so-called repetentes rhetoricae, for example, in English, sorry for the pronunciation, philosophy in Prague, and Český Krumlov probably I can't read it right. But anyway, you see it on the map. And there are some interesting aspects of it. For example, a course in philosophy was open in Ichin. Ichin didn't have at that point a philosophical course. As the scholastics from Kalisz arrived in 1665, the Jesuits opened a course, and since the professor had died on the way to Ichin, they chose a professor. Another interesting thing is that young Boguslav Baldwin was teaching rhetorics to Jesuit scholastics in Institute of Hradec. So, of course, this data you can delve deeper into it and see the various connections. But to make a long story short, here I wanted to try to answer to the question how this presence of the Polish-Lithuanian Jesuits impacted on the Bohemian province. And here you see both the absolute numbers, these are the columns, and the proportion of Polish-Lithuanian Jesuits within the Bohemian province. And you see it divided into various categories. So you see that at a certain point, we have almost 80 scholastics in the Bohemian province from Poland, Lithuania, which is half of the number of scholastics on that year. So you have to imagine the huge impact. That this explains actually also why the Jesuits, Bohemian Jesuits had to open additional courses, because the houses which were already holding such courses were not able to get so many people. So this is more the descriptive part. I will go quickly through it. Which kind of posts were held by these Jesuits? Missionaries. Here you see a couple of them. Georgios Lochnitsky is very interesting because he appears in Prague and he has this contact with the Sternberg family. Polish professors, but also teachers. Teachers into manuscript. So these Jesuits who ended their philosophical, theological courses would be employed as teachers as well. And here you see a selection of various Jesuits. Probably we will publish it as an appendix to our text, if it's possible, with information about the occupation of various Jesuits in different years. So I will go quickly through it. It's about 30 Jesuits we have selected. So, conclusion. The emigration had one main goal, which was to preserve and protect the intellectual resources of the society. So, emigrating were first of all scholastics and professors, provided they are alive. Further, it was also a question of alleviating the dire material situation of Jesuits remaining in Poland and Lithuania. We must remember that some 75% released back in Lithuania. So that's actually difficult to say what they were doing because we lacked the catalogs for 2 or 3 years in that period. For the Jesuits who emigrated for the opportunity of complete their religious formation, they became priests. But it's also interesting to know that their final goals were usually delayed until the time they went back to Poland and Lithuania. To what extent it was a knowledge transfer? In our opinion, it's quite difficult to assess. It was limited, perhaps maybe marginal, but you can find some cases of Jesuits who, for example, in Prague, developed a new cultural interest, and an example I always like to mention is Wojciech Pilkowski, who got in contact with Rodrigo de Arriaga. At that time, Arriaga was already not teaching, but still he was around. And later he developed an interest in natural philosophy, and he's one of the most important representatives of this kind of philosophia curiosa. This celebration had also a significance in establishing personal relationship with Czech Jesuits, and we see Czech Jesuits coming to Poland and Lithuania for in the second half of the 17th century, for example, Emmanuel de Boyen. And finally, we also see an attempt to maintain personal relationship with Polish elites, and a good example of that is Pilkowski and Broniewski, who are often eating lunch with Michał Wiśniowiecki. Michał Wiśniowiecki, future king of Poland, was learning in Prague at that time. Young prince, very important father. If you have read Sienkiewicz, of course it appears there. So the diary of the Clementinum tells us today these Jesuits were eating lunch or were having a trip with Michał Wiśniowiecki. So thank you for your attention.
It's very interesting view outside from Bohemia, inside the Bohemia. And I must say that we are almost in time of I hope we have time for several questions. So if you have any, please ask. Yeah.
Thank you. 2 short questions, and thank you for your presentation. First, you have mentioned that it would be interesting to give more attention to this question that because the project professors who published this series and other financial crisis about these houses who receive these big groups of Jesuits. How could they give accommodation and everything place? Or were there any crises inside the society because of this new situation?
Okay, shall I answer ad vocem or we collect? Okay, so first question, yes, of course it's possible to follow. Basically, you see in the case of scholastics, because you can't see scholastics, they are like moving all together. This is a case of Kalisz, for example. Sources, unfortunately, I'm not able to answer to the second question. I was hoping that I find something about that in the history of the houses I read, but unfortunately, no mention about it. So I will look further.
Technical is colleges, Prague, Komutov, and the institutes are most religious colleges in Bohemian province. I think it's solving problem to most.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to mention, actually, valuable information is enclosed. It describes the state of the finances, of course. So.
You mentioned the lacuna in the catalogs series. Briefly, you said about that. You mean the lacuna of the Polish-Lithuanian catalogs or of the Bohemian catalogs or both? And how big those lacuna you faced were? I'm asking that because it happened once or twice that I was looking for something, and at that moment I realized that we do have the lacuna in Rome. And of course, I know that already in the time of Stanisław Załęcki's big history, Załęcki is the Polish equivalent of Ludwig Größ, and he quotes material from Vienna, he quotes material from elsewhere. How big those lacunae are? About that.
So I have in mind lacunae in the catalogs of the Polish and the Lithuanian province, because we basically lack 1655 and 56, if I'm not wrong. I should check it right now. Whereas we have the full data for most of other provinces at that time. So following these Jesuits, the whereabouts of these Jesuits who went abroad, it's actually not that difficult. The worst part is telling something about what the Jesuits who remained back in Poland and Lithuania were doing. Of course, it's possible to find maybe somewhere else. So far, I couldn't find them.
Interesting to have a list of all the catalogs, because if we have the lacuna in Rome, it doesn't mean that the catalog did not exist. But the same problem in the contemporary history. Sometimes the people ask about World War II catalogs, but it's obvious that sometimes it was just not possible to have them, and so we don't know. The catalog does not exist because no one did it, or it doesn't exist because we just don't have it in our collection, but maybe it exists somewhere else. But that's a pious dream of mine.
I also dream about finding all the catalogs.
One question and one comment. I wonder, did you notice any major publication activity among the Polish Lithuanian refugees, Jesuit refugees, outside of Poland, Lithuania? And comment, I think it would be quite interesting to include in your statistical data also refugees to Royal Prussia, because actually, unexpectedly, many Jesuits traveled, for example, to Gdańsk, where they had to be incognito because the local population was quite averse towards Jesuits, but there was quite a substantial population of Jesuits in Gdańsk at that time, after the burning of local college.
Yes, also Krulewiec, Königsberg, right? So yes, basically it's the period in which the mission station in Krulewiec is starting, thanks to the Queen of Poland. So yes, definitely, it's worth looking into.
Yeah, I have just a quick one. Thank you very much. That was very interesting for me as well. I'm wondering, I'm very happy you mentioned Tilkovsky, who of course appears in Athanasius Kircher's correspondence as well. But I'm wondering whether you also, how the Jesuits who actually ran from war, from Polish-Lithuanian Syria, who didn't return, like Kochański, like whether you have in your statistic those who never return, who even though they run at this moment you are describing, they actually never return. They stayed abroad. Whether you somehow have them in mind. Or...
Okay, so I forgot to answer to a part of the question by Michał. I should check. The only thing I remember is that Wojciech Tilkovsky published some religious books, one religious book, in Wrocław, maybe in 6061 or 6062, something like that. Whereas Adam Kochański, it's a case in and of itself.
I think so, yeah.
And here, actually, he gets out of the statistics because he went back only in 1679. And the Bohemian province actually was the intermediate place where he stayed for a few years, 6 or 7 years, on his way back from Italy to Poland. But basically, he was doing everything he could not to be sent to Poland because of his scientific interests, and for him, Poland, we must remind ourselves that Poland was at that time a destroyed country. And in the end, he found a powerful patron in the person of King John III, and he went back. But basically, yes, it was like Kochański is the exception. But thank you for mentioning. I should have done it. Thank you for.
Oh, thank you.
I would like to thank all speakers of the France session today, Conference Day. So I hope you agree with me. It's time to rest with coffee, and we will be back here at 10:50.
Yeah, już mogę z tym zaraz.
Or somewhere else. Another room is B6. Yeah.
Bardzo za mało to słowo. Prawa, no, ale ja muszę to pewnie są coś Czasami tu dyskusy, a znowu jsem zaprojela její prezentaci a tak jako otázky. No jsou asi všechny ty tabloše, že jo?
1 second, the technical. So, my presentation will be divided as follows. First, I will provide a definition of anti-Jesuitism, briefly presenting an overview of the current historiography on the topic. Then, I will outline the different forms of anti-Jesuitism in Moravia in the early modern period, expressed by both Catholics and non-Catholics. Before discussing the anti-Jesuit topoi put forward by the conventuals in the controversy, I will recall the roots of the dispute. Ultimately, I will attempt to answer whether the case study proposed can be considered an example of anti-Jesuitism or whether it should be classified otherwise. I would like to start with a quote. So the translation of this quote as follows. For which reason sometimes God allows that the Catholics are opposed by other Catholics and the regular clergy by the regular clergy? This is the rhetorical question that Johannes Miller, former rector of the Olomouc College, asked himself in the 8th volume of the first history of the Jesuit Bohemian province, which remained unpublished. I resolved to begin with this introductory quote, since it shows us that anti-Jesuitism was a serious matter for the Jesuits themselves. Yet until recent times, the studies on these subjects were marked by animosity between the enemies of the Society of Jesus and their advocates, and they reflected rigid ideological stances. Anti-Jesuitism, as Herbert and Mayer aptly synthesized, was confined indeed in a historiographical ghetto, and its full potential as historical argument was rarely explored. This is also the case of this controversy between the conventuals and the Jesuits, which has never been fully analyzed. When I came across one document, which gave the title to this presentation, of this dispute stored in the Olomouc Regional Archive, I was uncertain about how to deal with this short text, which was full of accusation, defamations, mockeries, even threats against the Jesuits. So drawing inspiration from the recent literature on the topic, namely the classic studies of Sabina Pavone, of the St. Fab, and the latest breakthrough studies published this year in the Journal of Jesuit Studies, and in the volume edited by Kateřina Horničková and Michal Šroněk, entitled Jesuit Art and the Czech Lens 1556-1729, Missionizing Through the Arts, I've determined to apply the concept of anti-Jesuitism to this document and to other documents discovered in my research. And yet I felt compelled to discern anti-Jesuitism from competition and rivalry between religious orders, which, as we know, were far from unusual in the early modern society, even when Catholicism was the only legitimate confession. Therefore, under the label of anti-Jesuitism, we could find a vast array of biased narratives, ranging from mockery to conspiracy theory, often unsubstantiated and always a byproduct of discrimination. Likewise, I think a brief definition of rhetorics could be helpful. In his dialogue of Phaedrus, Plato established rhetorics as the art of leading souls to true knowledge through dialogue and dialectic. Hence, anti-Jesuit rhetorics could be described as a discriminating narrative aimed at convincing someone, generally the public opinion, about the wicked nature and the immoral conduct of the Jesuits. The ultimate goals of anti-Jesuit rhetorics varied in time and space. And I would like to start with this illustration, which I think is a suitable one of anti-Jesuitism. It comes from, in this case, from a non-Catholic milieu. And here we have represented the frontispiece of a pamphlet printed in 1610, where the Olomouc Jesuits are portrayed as foxes in ecclesiastical robes. In the Moravian context, analogous unrestricted expressions of anti-Jesuitism were not confined to the non-Catholic camp, as we will see later. Yet, they were reportedly ubiquitous among non-Catholics. The Jesuits and the Lutheran or Reformed confession were deemed mutually exclusive. Hence, the ultimate outcome of this external anti-Jesuitism, as we can call it, was ipso facto the expulsion of the Jesuits from the province, as it indeed happened in 1619. As we can see from several sources, the Jesuits were compared to infested weed like zizania, and their followers were considered lunatics. And again, there was always this issue of conspiracy against authorities. Here we have another quote. So the translation of this quote as follows. Since when the Gentiles, the idolaters, the pagans, the heretics, the foreigners of the faith persecuted the Holy Church, it grew and developed. But when it suffered and was torn apart by its compatriots of the faith, when Catholics rose against Catholics, ecclesiastics against ecclesiastics, regular clergy against regular clergy, fighting fratricidal wars, then the ultimate downfall of the Church typically ensued. As the quote reveals, the attacks coming from outside the Catholic community were regarded as a source of progress. The other menace was posed by other Catholics, specifically priests and monks. In the case of the Olomouc diocese, the condemnation of the Jesuit vices was largely issued by church leaders who feared that the Jesuit order might become excessively powerful. So here we have the case of the accusation that the Jesuits had poisoned Bishop Helfenberg, and the problem concerning the legacy donation of Pustomir's monastery, but also other layers of the Moravian society harbored negative feelings against the Jesuits. Moving towards the main content of the presentation, I wanted to exhibit a drawing of St. Francis Church, presumably sketched by Johannes Miller, so to give you a visual depiction of the pomum discordia of this controversy, in a way that you can see how it looked like the church before the current St. Virgin Mary of the Synod in Olomouc. The Olomouc conventual, together with their late Gothic church that I just showed, had suffered tremendously from the Reformation. So much so that when the Jesuits were invited to Olomouc in 1566, only one friar reportedly lived in the monastery. As a consequence, 1 year later in 1567, Olomouc Bishop Wilhelm Kusinowski contemplated to donate the conventual monastic complex, which included that church, to the Jesuits as the venue for their educational and religious activities, and offered in exchange to the conventuals the Augustinian nunnery with the Church of St. James, also on the Przedgagi Hill, which is now it has been destroyed in the 19th century. Despite the Franciscan church title, the Jesuit devotion, including the main student brotherhood, was centered around the Virgin Mary, and specifically the cult of the Assumption. Moreover, in 1623, St. Pauline, whose relics had been brought almost by the Jesuit father Nicolaus Lacicius, and we heard yesterday something about this important Jesuit, St. Pauline became the city patron saint. Therefore, between 1635 and 1636, the Jesuits wanted to modernize the outlook and the title of the church according to this new status quo. And that's when the controversy started. We don't know precisely when, but we have sources also stored in Rome, which refer that around 1636, the conventuals were not exactly pleased by the projects of the Olomouc Jesuits, which wanted to change the title, or according to their vision, to restore the original one, and they wanted to erect 3 new devotional chapels, one of which was to be dedicated to St. Pauline. So, again, the translation of this quote as follows. This is part of the anti-Jesuit document composed by the conventuals. Unless perhaps the Jesuits believe that we, who have been co-crucified together with the cross of the seraphic and of the crucified Jesus, have the same patience as the Jesuits themselves should possess even more, since they are novices of only 1 century, just as they would be obliged to yield and not to steal from others, as imitators of virtue and ardent followers of the apostle should do. So the dispute against the conventual, which we have just said started around 1635-36, escalated in a church year for the Jesuits, the first centenary of the order foundation. The conventuals claimed that almost bishops had failed to abide by the economic provisions of the agreement signed in 1567, when the Jesuits received the Franciscan Church. But at the same time, other religious and political actors in Olomouc, mainly residing in the Chedjadi area, joined the conventuals in a legal action against the Jesuits, each of them for different purposes. Even though the case was ultimately ruled in favor of the Jesuits, the conventuals wrote a bitter pamphlet, a part of which I just presented, where they slandered the Jesuits, denoting their despotic cupidity, their overbearing attitude. They were owners of the entire area, and their attempt to transcend both civic and ecclesiastic law for erecting a brand new lavish church, which was even compared to the Temple of Solomon. I would like to show here in this beautiful thesis print the fact that the references to the first century of the Jesuits presented in the previous quote might have been elicited by the Jesuit behavior during the celebrations of their jubilee. The graduation dedication of Jan Lisowski of Lisovice, here displayed, is a fascinating example of their attitude in 1640. This engraving is a depiction of the mythical founding father of Olomouc, on the top left, Julius Caesar, donating the keys of the city to the Jesuit fathers. We can say that this was not exactly a step towards reconciling with the rest of the Olomouc community. Again, here I would like to present another quote from a later document. So the translation of this quote as follows. Indeed, on October 11th, 1665, which was Saturday, at the 5th hour of the evening, 52 peasants gathered, partly from the chapter, already determined for this, partly sent by the town hall, and by me, and by the convent of the poor clerks, with shovels and other various tools. At our signal, shaking them up and down, they filled those pits with earth in 4 hours and leveled them to the ground. So the Jesuit triumph of 1640 did not last long. 2 years later, as we know, the city was in fact occupied by the Swedish troops, which stationed for 8 years. And for 2 decades, the plan to embellish and rename St. Francis Church was dismissed. This interlude lasted until 1661, as you can read in the slide, when the Jesuits received a significant donation and they could resuscitate their project. Again, this initiative was frustrated by the same parties who had protested in 1640. This time, however, the episcopal approval of the project did not silence the opposition. So the anti-Jesuit coalition, as I call it, gathered a group of peasants and shattered the construction site, as we have just read before. So while the conventuals denied immediately after their involvement in this coalition, later documents confirm that in this period, the conventuals and their allies were animated by the very same anti-Jesuit prejudices of the year 1640. And so, the Jesuits then had a riddle to solve. And to solve it, the solution came from Bishop Karl of Liechtenstein-Kastelkorn, which, as we have just seen, was not against the project of the Jesuits. And he proposed then to openly build a new church instead of modifying the existing one. So eventually, 50 years after the end of the second phase of the controversy, thanks to the generous donation of the Jesuit father Michael Thomas, and here I think we can start seeing a pattern. I did not mention that also just a couple of years before the legal process of 1640, the very important and wealthy canon of Olomouc diocese, Johann Friedrich Breuner, donated his huge inheritance to the Jesuit order. So probably there is this pattern of inheritance, starting of the project, and then the protest and anti-Jesuit. So they could start, and this new church of St. Virgin Mary of the Snow could see the light. And here you can see it in all its beauty. The construction of a new church meant the inception of a new era for the Olomouc Jesuits and the conclusion of this dispute, which had started almost 80 years before. In this last phase of the controversy, the conventuals did not succeed in halting the Jesuit plans and merely requested a financial compensation for their silence in the matter. This request was promptly rejected by the Jesuits. Nevertheless, the depiction of the Jesuit order deepened in the collective memory of the Olomouc conventuals, as the following quote and other entries in the Liber Almi Conventus Olomoucensis ad Sanctum Jacobum clearly exemplify. So, the translation of this quote as follows. 1547. The fathers of the Society of Jesus are introduced into Bohemia thanks to the Provincial of the Dominicans. The Dominicans generously granted them refuge in Prague in the convent of St. Michael, but these Jesuit fathers, forgetful of the benefit received, later wrested both the monastery and the real estate from the hands of the Dominicans and seized their property. So, this is a very, very strong quote. Before concluding, I would just mention that in this last phase of the controversy, there was still the issue of the church title, which would deserve another presentation. Just that issue was part of this last phase. So in conclusion, wrapping up this presentation, one main question still lies unsolved. Could we regard the controversy between the Olomouc conventuals and the Jesuits over the Church of St. Francis as a case of anti-Jesuitism? Overall, this dispute, and especially the coalition of 1665, were animated by unsubstantiated and biased hostility towards the Olomouc Jesuits, which even resulted in a negative portrait of the entire Jesuit order. While the core of the controversy was the reasonable resentment of the conventuals concerning the exchange of property, its intensity and duration resemble more the characteristic of anti-Jesuitism than of a fierce legal dispute. So this presentation aimed to unfold the Olomouc conventual and the Jesuit controversy, and to underline its anti-Jesuit tones. But additionally, I believe it suggests that this case of anti-Jesuitism, and here I'm trying to reconnect with the beginning and the premises of Mayer and Farr and Sabina Pavone, that this case of anti-Jesuitism could be studied to highlight several key aspects of early modern society, namely patronage, alliances between powerful political and religious players, consolidation and disruption of the balance of power, and ultimately, quoting a definition designed by Martin Engel, the competition between religious authorities for the crucial role of arbiters of the sacred. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Here you can find a brief chronology of the controversy, and if you are interested, this is an edited source I have analyzed editions and bibliography. Thank you so much for your
interest in a paper, which will certainly address this I'm not sure is it possible also to ask the question in German or in Czech maybe? Yeah, but okay, it will be better in English. Okay,
just for the sake of this full and clear answer.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for the wonderful paper. I just wondered how this almost controversy connects with other examples of anti-Jesuitism in worldwide, and whether you found any links. And for example, one specific controversy, namely Chinese rights controversy, comes to mind because likewise it was conflict between Dominicans and Jesuits, and it started more or less in the same period. So I wonder if any renditions of this conflict was present also in Olomouc's controversy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very interesting question. I think studying this topic, I started studying this topic during my master's. This was the reason why I switched back to historical studies. And I think this controversy is very much connected with the Central European issue of the Jesuits had to face in this period. So after the 30 Years' War, or in the Czech case, mainly after the Battle of the White Mountain, and that's the issue of properties. Because when the Jesuits arrived, the older monastic orders, mendicant orders, like the Franciscans and the Dominicans, they were really suffering in terms of the non-devotions and in terms of attendance of the believers at their functions. So we have, even in 1621, we know from conventual sources stored in Vienna that only 3 friars were living in the convent of St. James. And still in 1636, there are sources from Propaganda Fide of Italian conventual friars preaching and living and also asking for alms and money in Olomouc. The pattern that I've briefly perceived analyzing the sources is that the national community of monks of these monastic orders, in this case conventual, started to become numerous again only at the end of the 30 Years' War, around 1650. In the studies of Martin Elvel about Franciscan observance, we can find the same pattern. So the Jesuits obtained also their monastery, and they received it on deck, but until 1640, 1650, the number was absolutely limited. And then only when this national, let's say German-speaking in the case of the conventuals, because the Moravian conventuals belong to the Austrian province of the conventual order. Only when these numbers started to grow again, then we see that they are claiming properties. In this case specific, unfortunately, I could not present everything in 20 minutes, but what I discovered is that actually the conventuals knew already that the Jesuits were not involved in anything about this property, because they also received the donation. So this controversy was a tool that they weaponized against higher religious authorities, mainly the Olomouc chapter, to obtain another church, and this church was constantly denied to the conventuals. So they started this legal dispute not to lose the only argumentation in their favor, and the other religious and political actors. As we know, in the early modern period, these 2 elements are very much intertwined. They adhere to this protest, to this trial, for different reasons. So the poor players probably just followed, or in a way were heavily influenced by the conventuals, since we know that they were under their supervision. Then the Olomouc chapter, as I tried briefly to sketch, the Olomouc chapter has a really long-standing beef. There was a a problem between the chapter and the Olomouc Jesuits. It was mainly economical because the presence of the Jesuits in Olomouc diocese, and in particular in Olomouc, was perceived as a financial issue. They were draining resources from the chapter assets, and we see that constantly the chapter was trying to shut down, at least until the Battle of the White Mountain, and then the foundation, the second foundation of Ferdinand II. So concerning the other anti-Jesuit forms, I would say that in this case there is very little resemblance, because there is nothing concerning theological differences. The problem is mainly about properties and how the balance of power or spiritual power was maintained. So excessively powerful or excessively popular Jesuits represented a problem in that kind of society, I guess.
Reminds me this case of Polotsk, where the Greek Catholic Archbishop at a certain point said that the estates of former Orthodox churches and monasteries were donated to the Jesuits, and then he wants them back. So I wanted to ask, what about the people to which these writings were addressed? Do we understand something, and maybe it could help us to clarify the rhetoric strategy, right? Because you choose the rhetoric strategy according to the target.
Yes. So we have different aspects. I think Jesuits perhaps place too much hope in rhetorics, and also the conventuals. This was just for some kind of spectacle. In 1640, it's evident for several reasons, and we know that from both literature and primary sources, that the people involved in the committee were all pro-Jesuits. We have the bishop, Leopold Wilhelm of Habsburg, who was the great patron of the Jesuits. Then we have the Bishop of Vienna, another Breuner. He also commissioned a very, very beautiful and rich depository for the relics of St. Pauline. And then the Count Václav Brumitalski of Verbna, he wanted to be buried in the Church of the Jesuits, and he was a supporter of the Marian sodality, of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, and even his wife donated a beautiful dress in silk and silver for the statue of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, or for the statue of the Marian sodality. So we see that all the people involved in the decision-making process were in favor of the Jesuits. Then what happens in this second issue, we know from sources, both from the conventional side and the Jesuit side, that some people in the bishopric administration clearly favored the Jesuits. This time they mentioned that legally the case had been already ruled in favor, and the protests, so the elements brought against this agreement where they could not stand it in the trial. So it's very interesting, because we have the idea that historiographically that Leopold Wilhelm was a very weak, or he was not exactly in control of the diocese. And in this case of the dispute, probably the newly arrived Bishop Karl of Liechtenstein Castle Court, he had just to accept that the majority of his diocese was against this project, and he tried to find a way to get this church ultimately built. So I think the aspect that I liked and I wanted to highlight in this presentation is that even though legally there were opportunities to express resentment and the protest, the actors involved often opted for a very strong and unbiased narrative, so that it kind of reveals the deeper problems about everyday life in the Orthodox community, I would say. This because the Jesuits had a huge support, popular and in terms of noble patrons, and in this sense, I think it should be better analyzed. Definitely, I would need to approach the sources with stronger, perhaps, theoretical background on this specific rhetorical context. What I wanted to show is that it was a kind of extreme action and resulted even in a long-term negative depiction. But I think that in the context of the controversy, these wars had little power. They were more for spectacle.
Well, if there is no other question, I'd like to thank you for your interactive discussion. Now I will switch into German. Es ist ja unsere weitere vorzustellen, und zwar Chai hat hier an der katholischen Theologischen Fakultät studiert und ich glaube auch promoviert. Und lässt jetzt in China als auch im Staat. Und er hat sich vor allem mit Kreuzfahrt, mit dem roten Stern beschäftigt. Und das ist eigentlich auch das Thema seines heutigen Sterns. Also, ich werde es
Ja, liebe Kolleginnen, liebe Kollegen, jetzt darf ich meinen relativ kurzen Vortrag vorstellen. Eigentlich, das heißt so. Danke für die Einladung. Ja, es ist eine Behauptung eigentlich, dass unser ehemaliger Großmeister, ich bin auch Mitglied der Prager-Volksherren, eigentlich der Orden reformieren ließ im 17. Jahrhundert, eigentlich über den Einfluss der Prag-Jesuiten oder beziehungsweise der Jesuiten im Collegium Clementinum. Bei uns ist mit etlichen Kollegen so ein Projekt seit vielen Jahren über Diarium des Großmeisters Hospital, der gleichzeitig im 17. Jahrhundert auch Sekretär des Pfarrers, der gleichzeitig Großmeister des Ordens gab und auch des Erzbischofs Waldstein. Und unter diesen großen Prälaten wurde auch dieser Orden reformiert, weil dieser Großmeister damals Generalprior des Ordens gab, an der Prager Karlsbrücke, jetzige Karlsbrücke, und dieser hochintelligente Mensch mit der Hilfe dieser beiden Erzbischöfen und der Patres Societas Jesu, dieser Orden reformiert haben. Ja, jetzt etwas noch kurz zum Mittelalter. Die Prager Kreuzherren wurden selbst von den Chemistiden in Prag gegründet im 13. Jahrhundert, gerade 1237. Der Gregor IX. Hat der Orden bestätigt als Ordo Canonicus. Das bedeutet als päpstlicher Orden mit allen juristischen Ausnahmen, mit allen Privilegien, aber mit der Regel des heiligen Augustinus. Gleich am Anfang wurden die Brüder
nicht so die Patres, wahrscheinlich waren am Anfang nur die Ordensbrüder, komischerweise auch mit den Ordensschwestern, die prominente Hospitäle in den böhmischen, mährischen, schlesischen, polnischen Städten geleitet haben. Die wurden eher vom Anfang an vielleicht von dem Einfluss der minderen Brüder, der Minoriten im Agneskloster, das war ein Doppelkloster bei Moldau, für die Klarissinnen von der Heiligen Agnes von Prag gegründet. Und die Agnes als Nebenprodukt, ja, diese böhmische Prinzessin, die relativ vor kurzem angesprochen wurde, Johannes Paulus II., der hat als Nebenprodukt die Kreuzherren gegründet als Hospitalbruderschaft. Und zwar wahrscheinlich mit seiner Mutter, die Konference von Ungarn. Ja, das bedeutet gleich am Anfang, die Kreuzherren lebten unter dem Einfluss der Franziskaner, aber hatten die Regel des heiligen Augustinus. Wir wissen von den ersten Problemen ad pedem Pontis, das bedeutet in Hospitale des St. Franziskus an der Prager Brücke im Jahr 1296. Das gab diese erste Visitation. Was haben höchstwahrscheinlich die Zemmislieder veranlasst? Oder eigentlich die böhmische Regierung, dass der Abt von Stift Zedlitz, vom Kloster Zedlitz, Heinrich, mit dem Propst von Meißen, die haben die erste Satzungen und Statuen verfasst für die Kreuzherren, diese sogenannte Statuta Antiquissima. Wo die Kreuzherren gemahnt sind, einfach, dass die sollen keine Schulden machen, dass die sollen ordentlich Habit tragen, dass die sollen nicht mehr Waffen tragen und dass die Ordensfrauen aufgehoben sind, einfach, kurz gesagt. Das bedeutet, nach dem Tod der Heiligen Agnes herrschte im Konvent ad pedem Pontis Verwirrung. Ähnliche Situation gab in Schlesien, weil damals schon im 13. Jahrhundert die leibliche Schwester von der Agnes, die Anna Przemyslidin, hat auch die Kreuzherren gleichzeitig in Schlesien gegründet und in Polen. Und diese zwei Konvente in Breslau an der Matthiaskirche und da bei der Franziskuskirche, bei der Prager Brücke, waren natürlich befreundet mit einem Großmeister oder später genannt General des Ordens. Die kleinen Häuser hießen Kommenden oder Propsteien, wie diese mit den Opern. Wir wissen natürlich nicht, warum die Klöster streng genommen gegründet worden sind, offiziell als Hospitalbruderschaft und offiziell wahrscheinlich war da die politische Lage der Przemyslider, weil absichtlich haben die Przemyslider den Kreuzherren die wichtigsten Stellen in Böhmen, die wichtigsten königliche Stiftungen denen gegeben, wie zum Beispiel, weiß ich, Dachau oder Eger in Westböhmen, natürlich in Prag selbst, etliche Pfarreien in Mähren, Feldenberg ins ein, gleichzeitig schon in Wien wurden gegründet im 13. Jahrhundert von der Przemysl Ottokar, wie gesagt, Breslau, damals kam das zweite wichtigste Stelle oder die wichtigste Stadt im Königreich Böhmen. Das bedeutet, diese königliche Orden hat große Rolle gespielt, aber gerade durch diese Visitation wurden die quasi noch erneuert. Ja, die haben die russischen Kriege relativ gut überstanden, die Kreuzherren, und haben sich auch gut, gerade ökonomisch etabliert. Und das ging dazu, dass dieser kleine Orden schon im 16. Jahrhundert gesehen wurde vom Kaiser, vom Rudolf II., das kann dieser Orden auch beitragen zur Erneuerung des Prages Erzbistums. Das bedeutet, seit dem 16. Jahrhundert wurden gleichzeitig die Großmeister des Ordens in eine persönliche Uni verbindet mit Prag Erzbistum. Und das hat fast bis Ende des 17. Jahrhunderts gedauert. Und gerade in dieser Zeit war der Orden von einer Seite sehr gelobt, wie vom Erzhaus, wie vom Papst, weil das war der Orden, der reich war und der das Erzbistum Prag eigentlich gerettet hat, ökonomisch. Der Orden hat auch die erste Patres, erste Jesuiten aufgenommen an der Prager Brücke Dieselbe Strategie hatten auch die Preußen in Breslau und Schlesien, die erste Patres von den Jesuiten haben Zuflucht bei den Preußen gefunden, weil der Erzbischof Großmeister Antonius Brus von Müglitz gleichzeitig befreundet war mit dem Petrus Canisius. Und die haben zusammen Politik geschaut. Das bedeutet, der Orden war berühmt in Böhmen, zwar klein, aber reich. Und die ersten Jesuiten haben Zuflucht in diesen zwei Konventen in Breslau und Prag gefunden. Und wahrscheinlich schon von Anfang an mussten die ein bisschen beeinflusst werden von den Jesuiten, weil die haben zusammen gewohnt. Und die Kreuzherren seit dem 14. Jahrhundert oder seit Spätmittelalter, die waren schon klerikalisiert worden. Das bedeutet, die Brüder, zwar formal die Laienbrüder, gaben schon noch am Anfang des 18. Jahrhunderts, aber weil der Orden so prominent war und so reich war, da waren etliche adelige Personen sind eingetreten zu den Kreuzherren, auch in Prag, auch in Breslau. Das sind quasi zwei Provinzen, kann man das so nennen. Offiziell. Aber was jetzt mit dem Orden? Die Kreuzherren haben zwar dem Erzbistum geholfen, ökonomisch sich erholen. Kaiser war froh, Papst war froh, die Erzbischöfe waren Kreuzherren, das war eine Prestige. Orden wurde 1675 mit den neuen Statuten als Ordo Militaris anerkannt. Aber innerlich war der Orden zerlegt. Weil die Patres, selbst die Kreuzherren, die Hospitäle betreut sollten, mussten dem Erzbischof dienen. Das bedeutet im Sekretariat oder verschiedene große Würden, das bedeutet die Dekanten oder die Kanoniker. Aber Ordensleben, streng genommen, hat gelitten oder überhaupt hat nicht gut funktioniert. Und gerade in dieser Zeit ist ein gewisser Georg Ignatius Pospikal zu den Prager Kreuzherren eingetreten, ein gebürtiger Ostböhme aus Polna. Ostböhmen, das heißt, Polna liegt gerade an den Grenzen mit Mähren, liegt gerade an den historischen Grenzen. Und sein Onkel, Johann Wenzel Gotthard, war Dekan in Polna, Pfarrer gleichzeitig natürlich, und war auch Kreuzherr. Da gerade diese prominente Stellen, auch die reiche Pfarre Polna, eigentlich wurden diese alle, die nicht historisch waren, die wurden nie dem Orden inkorporiert, aber wurden gerade von den Prager Erzbischöfen wie gesagt, waren besetzt. Weil mit diesem Mangel des Klerus in Böhmen, auch in Mähren oder Schlesien, waren das die Kreuzherren, die gewollt haben, auch im Zuge der Rekatholisation, gerade auch in Westböhmen. Und gerade diese hochintelligente Männer haben natürlich viel dem Erzbischof geholfen, auch dem Kanal, dem damaligen Erzbischof Großmeister und später dem Waldstein. Friedrich Waldstein, da sieht man ist als Kreuzherr angezogen, als Großmeister mit Hermeli, mit Stern und Kreuz, diesem typischen Renaissance-Hut, Schwert. Und unter diesem Waldstein war der Hospital sehr, sehr wichtig. Und zwar selbst der Hospital als Laie hat noch bei den Jesuiten studiert, etwa 6 Jahre im Clementinum, hat Bachelor gemacht, Doktorat der Theologie, ein hochausgebildeter Mensch. Und mit diesem heiligmäßigen Erzbischof Großmeister wollte einfach der Orden erneuern. Etwa mit 22 Jahren ist der Hospital zu den Kreuzherren eingetreten, weiter noch studiert. Und wir wissen von seinem Diarium, dass er natürlich mit etlichen Orden befreundet war, in Prag selbst, zum Beispiel mit den Ursulinen, in Prager Neustadt, bei der Ursularkirche, natürlich mit den Clarissinen, Agnes Kloster in Prag, aber meistens mit den Jesuiten. Wir kennen von seinem Diarium die glorreichen Namen der Pater, wie zum Beispiel Bohuslav Balbin oder die Gebrüder Tanner oder ein gewisser Direktor des Konvents des heiligen Bartholomäus, Todfeller und etliche andere Patres. Wir kennen von seinem Diarium etwa acht Namen der Jesuiten. Ja. Die Jesuiten waren als Gläubige zwar, wie gesagt, am Anfang wohnten die zusammen an der Karlsbrücke oder am heiligen Prager Brücke. Später haben sie das riesige Collegium Clementinum ausgebaut. Die Kloster haben dort selbstverständlich studiert, vis-à-vis. Und die ganze barocke Frömmigkeit der Klosterherren, das bedeutet auch die Verehrung der heiligen Wunder Jesu, selbst den gekreuzigten Jesus, Mutter Gottes, Johannes Nepomucen oder selbst der heilige Judah Thaddäus, das ist auch eine Spezialität der böhmischen Jesuiten. Das hat alles dieser spätere Großmeister Hospital von den Jesuiten übernommen. Auch ein Muster für die Meditationen. Von den Consuetudines, von den böhmischen Jesuiten zum Beispiel, hat auch übernommen eigentlich das System für die Ausbildung der Patres. Vielleicht kann ich kurz dazu etwas auch sagen. Wir nennen das als Pravila, das heißt Pravila pro Novice oder die Vorschriften für die Novizen. Und der ist, wie gesagt, inspiriert von den Jesuiten, von den Constitutines. Und der beginnt, gerade das soll man um 5 Uhr aufstehen, man solle mit einer Glocke Impuls geben den Novizen und er solle sich anziehen gleich ins Oratorium gehen. 3/4/6 ist er schon im Oratorium und solle Brevier rezitieren. Dann 3/4/7 soll man meditieren, um 8 Uhr bei der Messe sein, dann wollen die Novizen um die Sakristei kümmern, sollen die ministrierenden Patres und sollen gleichzeitig tüchtig studieren. Ab 10 bis 10:30 haben die frei, 10:30 sollen die in einem Zimmer für die Novizen erzählen, wie haben sie das verbracht geistlich und was sollen die nachmittags machen, sollen die tüchtig die Regel des heiligen Vater Augustin erhalten und sollen die zusammen im Refektorium essen. Um 12 soll man Angelus Domini beten. Von 12 bis 1 soll man Konversation halten, zusammen mit den Novizen und dem Novizmeister. Bis 2 kann man ausruhen und dann auch mit den Händen arbeiten und gleichzeitig dann bis 3 noch tüchtig studieren. Dann 4:30 soll man zusammen Vesper und Kompletorium beten. Von 5 bis 5:30 die geistliche Lektüre mit dem Novizmeister, dann Rosenkranz und eventuell andere Andachte. Um 6 Uhr soll man zusammen essen. Und bis 7:30 kann man sich zusammen über die frommen Sachen, soll man sich mit den frommen Sachen zusammen beschäftigen mit anderen Novizen. 7:30 geht man ins Oratorium, wo betet man schon Matutinum und soll man auch die Sünden bereuen. Den Patres und den Ordensbrüdern, die sollen die Novizen gehorchen, soll man die nicht verleumden und soll man hilfsbereit allen sein und soll man nicht in der Stille reden. Wenn man bräuchte als Novize rausgehen vom Konvent, kann man nicht die Leute beobachten, kann man nur mit den Augen eigentlich runterschauen. Und soll man ständig einen Mantel tragen. sollen die mindestens immer 2 und 3 zusammen mit einer Begleitung eines Paters rausgehen. Das bedeutet eine ganz strenge Vorstellung, das kann man sich nicht vorstellen, weil früher die Patres, die wohnten alleine. Natürlich an der Karlsbrücke, an der Brücke wohnten zusammen, aber sonst jede Kontur oder Propst oder Pfarrer oder wie sie halt hießen, Dekan wohnte alleine mit der Dienerschaft oder mit einer Köchin oder mehreren Frauen. Das bedeutet, die Disziplin hat überhaupt nicht funktioniert. Das bedeutet, diese Erneuerung unter den Jesuiten, unter diesen Konzenturines Bohemiae, waren sicher ganz, ganz wichtig. Das bedeutet, diese innere Erneuerung. Interessanterweise auch vorgeschrieben, wie soll die Zelle eines Ordensbruders ausschauen. Ja, ich bin schon fast fertig. Ja, diese Erneuerung war bis, kann man noch den Postvikar anschauen, das war dieser strenge Mann, aber bei einem tollen Porträt, die 500-Verehrung, das habe ich schon erzählt, und hat das gedauert etwa bis Ende des 18. Jahrhunderts und im Zuge der josephinischen Reformen wurde der Orden anders erneut durch die Maltes. Und ja, das ist alles. Danke. Ja, das ist doch ein Part hier mit einem größeren Komplement.
Also vielen Dank, Herr Rutschrik, auch von meinerseits. Und ich möchte jetzt die Diskussion öffnen. Also bitte, ich weiß nicht, ob man auch Fragen darf oder Deutsch.
Eigentlich Deutsch.
Okay. Also bitte. Also wenn es noch nicht mehr war, okay.
Ja, es war keine Fragen über die Begleitung der sogenannten Skelett-Sanktionen bei Provinciae. Auch die Skelette so kleine Missionen Heiligen. Es ist bei Provinciae, das ist nur katholisch.
Ja. Meine Weihnachtsname habe ich ja schon besprochen, das wurde eigentlich auch von den Jesuiten übernommen. Ja. Und interessanterweise, wir haben das noch im 19. Jahrhundert so gelöst. Ja. Für diese lange Tradition von den Jesuiten sehr geholfen. Ja, im 19. Jahrhundert. Danke.
Ja, also vielen Dank. Ja, okay.
Aus Schlesien, dort bei Kreuzburg, Lutschborg, waren die meistens die Kreuzherrenpfarrei. Und wie war mit dem Zusammenleben? Der Pfarrer war so fern von Breslau. Die Kommende Lutschborg war klein. Die Zisterzienser in Schlesien mussten jede 3 Monate zurück in die Abtei kommen, um Exerzitien und Zusammenleben halten. Wie war das bei Kreuzfahrten?
Haben Sie in Ihrem Studium irgendein Spüren des Einflusses der von Heiligen Ignatius, insbesondere, was ist für mich interessant, die geistlichen Übungen, wenn die Jesuiten sich mit anderen religiösen Orden beschäftigt haben, haben sie sehr oft die geistlichen Übungen benutzt, hatten Sie etwas davon gefunden?
Ja, sieht so aus eigentlich. Gerade direkt habe ich nichts gefunden, aber beim Computer sieht so aus, dass die wurden natürlich auch mit den geistlichen Übungen von denen beeinflusst. Oder die haben das, sieht so aus eigentlich, warum seid ihr das zusammen gemacht? Implementierung. Weil das Studium wurde streng vorgeschrieben, auch Doktorat zu machen. Und interessanterweise war es auch der Postvikar, etliche Patres, auch im 18. Jahrhundert, haben bei St. Bartholomäus gewohnt. diesem Kollegium waren Beschäftigte und dann sind die ersten Kreuzherren eingetreten als Mission. Die kommen jetzt fertig waren, auch nicht. Das bedeutet, die waren zum Beispiel Noviziat und nach dem Noviziat, die waren viele schon dann geweiht, weil das war einzige Prozess damals in Provinciae.
Okay, also wenn es keine Fragen mehr gibt, dann möchte ich nochmal herzlich bedanken. Danke, Herr Graf. Jetzt können wir zu unserem dritten Referat dieser Session transatlantische uns ein Thema präsentieren in Bezug zu Schulverlauf von Market Malaysias und noch zur Zeit bevor. Sie haben den deutschen Text bekommen, Sie entschieden, Tschechisch zu sprechen. Aber transatlantische, den kennen Sie wahrscheinlich als gereisten Kenner, als emeritierten Archivar des Nationalarchivs, der beschäftigt sich seit langem vor allem mit dem Pianisten und gerade mit ihrem Schulwesen. Also bitte Sie das Wort.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, liebe Gäste. Já bohužel ne to takové technické, ale předpokládám, že všichni máte německé texty. Čili já budu mluvit česky, ale pochopitelně, že kdo nebude, tak se budu nějakým způsobem věnovat a co bude třeba k tomuto tématu dopovědět. Toto téma a povím taky jako trošičku něco navíc, ale pokud byste nerozuměli a chtěli jako něčí, tak vám to pokusíme nějakým způsobem. Já tomuto tématu, to je takové téma, kterému se chci věnovat hodně lidí a věnoval v minulosti. Pátralo se, jaké jsou vlastně rozdíly mezi jezuity a piaristy, vzdělání a proč a jak a zač a nač. A různě se to přizpůsobovalo účelovým a politickým vyjádřením různým. A dopadlo to jako já, když jsem chtěl jít mezi vás, tak jsem prosil Kateřinu, tady paní doktorku, aby mi objednala auto a nakonec se ukázalo, že je to zbytečné, protože jsem jede tramvaj přímo z hlavního nádraží. A tady to je taky něco podobného. Jo. To je takový rozdíl, no. Nakonec je to znám od Josefa Kalasanska. Oni ty rozdíly byly trošku využití. Mohou za to události na počátku piaristického řádu, kdy byla nespokojenost s tím, že piaristé vycházejí hodně z díla Galileiho. Ty důvody, proč třeba svatý kardinál Brádný, proč to mluvil, jsou jasné, že a vlastně s rozdílem a s výukou to nemá nic společného. Můžeme se na tento problém dívat ze dvou úhlů. Jednak z úhlu vývoje celkového a dějin pedagogiky a jednak z úhlu normálního občana. Si představte, že jste na těch křídlech baroka v té rakouské řídoucíli a teď co si vybrat? Co vybrat, jaké vzdělání vybrat dětem? Jezuitské nebo piaristické? Já si myslím, že se to tolik nerozlišovalo, jak ukázala situace po reformách Marie Terezie, kdy, nebo respektive takhle, ty reformy ani ne, ale to zrušení jezuitského řádu. Najednou je to jako, skutečně já se tam odvolávám na ten biblický citát o těch, myslím, že jsou to skutky apoštolů. Dopis svatého Petra Římanů nějaký. A tam prostě to skutečně jednoduchá nebo pravá ruka, ale když jedna ruka jako nebo bychom se mohli odvolat i na pana kardinála Špidlíka, 2 plícema, že? Ale když jedna plíce umře, tak prostě něco chybí. A tady to je taky. Tady prostě, když umřela, no tak chyběli. Proto poskytli, já nevím, piaristé. U nás to bylo a proto třeba jsou známé tyto věci nebo Steličína, že prostě přijali zase jejich profesory na svá gymnázia a bylo to možné, protože to gymnázium bylo podobné a celkový dozor, který vlastně nad nima bylo celkové vzdělání. No, ale rozdíl tady pochopitelně byl. Byl tady rozdíl v tom, že jezuité jakožto starší a jakožto se svým dílem gramatika Manuela Alvareze se zaměřovali víc na ty jazyky, než piaristé. A piaristé se zaměřovali víc na přírodní vědy. Odkud to plynulo? Plynulo to už ze zaměření škol a průsečí, kde se střetávali jezuitské a piaristické vzdělávání, to bylo gymnázium. Zatímco piaristé, takhle vezmeme zatímco jezuité nebyli zvyklí vyučovat na elementárních školách a prostě věnovali se potom i pokračování té výuky na přípravkách a na vysokých školách, na té vysoké škole vlastně to bylo původně jen privilegium jezuitů a taky dlouho zůstalo. To bych řekl, že ani tolik nevadilo, ale bylo tady spousta mezer, jak se potom ukázalo. A ty byly v tom základním vzdělávání. Protože to bylo všelijaký. A právě, že piaristé dali systém tomu základnímu vzdělávání, tak vzniklo určité systematické vzdělávání a potom taky je doba asi 100 let mezi jezuity a piaristy, no a právem svatý Josef Kalasanský právem nepocitoval nutnost nějak to vzdělání upravovat. Proč by se mělo upravovat to, co bylo dobrý a učené? Ale bylo potřeba doplnění. Doplnění o to, že piaristé působili na elementárních školách. Když to bylo něco úžasného vlastně, pokrokového svým způsobem na tu dobu. Když oni vnesli systém do něčeho, co bylo nesystematické, co jakoby na nic nenavazovalo. A nyní nám vlastně celý ten školní systém navazuje od svého začátku, úplného začátku vlastně, až do svého úplného konce, že začínají jako piaristé, končí jezuité. Pochopitelně to viděli tehdejší šlechtici. Mělo to velký význam pro reformy. Například hrabě zvodní rada Karel Zinzendorf krásně charakterizuje obojí vzdělání. Když uvádí na piaristické školy, to bylo hlavně prostřednictvím Provinciae Jeremiáše Soudného, když uvádí podvojné účetnictví. On nakonec říká, že na tom vysokoškolském vzdělávání se můžou ty řády podílet klidně dva, je tady místa až a vzniklo to podvojné účetnictví, které bohužel tedy zaniklo zase s reformami, protože zanikla aritmetická třída. Ta aritmetická třída, to byla také úžasná vymoženost. To byla vymoženost, jejíž jaksi kořeny sahají od tehdejší doby, ale můžeme se na ně klidně odvolávat a myslím, že se někdo to odvolává. Myslím, že částečné pokusy a připomínky tady byly, teď jsem to přesně nezjišťoval. A prostě bylo tady určité řešení. Když to vezmete z hlediska toho žáka, to jazykovědné vzdělání bylo pro něj těžké, latina, řečtina. A bylo tady spousta nadaných žáků, kteří přemýšleli úplně jinak. Že? Co s tím teď? No tak ono to bylo trošku takový jako slování, že jo. Snažili se jim to nějak ulehčit. A co jim to ulehčilo? Ta aritmetická třída. Teď to podvojné účetnictví, neboli ta třída toho, jak tam máte to nebo skriptuře dopije, to bylo vlastně úplně jiné myšlení. To byla vlastně rozvitá matematika a takoví osvícenští panovníci, kteří se snažili nějakým způsobem jakoby jednodušit to vzdělání, jako byla Marie Terezie, tuto část také povýšili na do vysokoškolské sféry, tedy do sféry vyšších studií. Marie Terezie sice například v roce 1752 na nátlak jezuitů, jestliže mě nemožná pravdu, že prostě to ty jazykové a filozofické kursy pro veřejnost, prosím vás, jinak si tyhle teologické studia, dávali pro sebe jako vzdělávání, dávali jako, dávali jako vzdělávání řádové, že to řádové vzdělávání to potřebovalo taky podněty. A podněty těch mohlo být víc. Ty podněty potřebovaly jednak jako filozofické vzdělávání od jezuitů, ale druhá cesta bylo technické vzdělávání těch piaristů. Čili tady vidíte, co všechno a jakým způsobem se to mohlo kombinovat. A ono to opravdu dosáhlo svého určitého cíle. Dosáhlo toho, že vedou cesty základní vzdělávání, že odtud vedou prostě i k různým základům a pochopitelně, že tím se třeba ten způsob toho vzdělávání šířil daleko víc mezi lidmi, u studentů, u pianistů, tam máme děti těch úředníků a všechny se jako nějakým způsobem jsou vyučovány i teda humanitní, i přírodovědným oborem. No nejlepší bylo, když to někdo absolvoval obojí a byli pochopitelně experti, jako třeba František Martin nebo Mikuláš Adam Koň, kteří jako prostě dovedli porovnat a využít. U jezuitů jsem, prosím vás, tuto otázku nezkoumal, ale rozhodně by se tam dovedli toto vzdělání vlastně využít k tomu, že věděli, kde mají studovat. Ovšem zase u těch dobrovolů, u těch vzdělanců, co absolvovali oboje toto vzdělávání, to bylo řídký, protože zase, když máme domovou realitu, byly věci, které takové, jaksi takovou benevolenci tolik nepodporovaly. Jednak nebylo tolika dětí, které si mohly dovolit. Ono i šlechtické vzdělávání, kterým se nezabýváme, bylo velice progresivní. Židovské vzdělávání. Ale u těch dětí prostě nebyla možnost, že to dítě, ty rodiče lidi nebyli tolik bohatí, jako kdyby se vzalo nějaká úroveň vysoká vzdělání u nás, je to ale jaký je to vzdělání vlastně, kolik můžeme si dobřát dát dětem na vzdělávání. Nakonec se to týká i pro ty učitelů, už je řečeno, že a takovéhle další věci. A to za těch, to tehdy bylo jako to samé, někdo člověku. Ale to je i nad západem, nad východem, jako kdyby vyselo takový jako historický šlofletní a můžeme si říkat, čím dále od římských říše, když to bylo, čím dále od Ameriky. No, ale zase na druhé straně se takové to obyčejné, to prostě co jako ten důvod nese dál nasáváno. Jak dlouho selský rozum vydrží a jak to taky nemůžeme vědět. Ale pokud můžeme, tak by se měl si člověk zajímat o všechno. Že? A doufejme, že tady aspoň vidíme, odkud pramenějí ty základy takové naší civilizace, odkud prostě kudy ta cesta jde. A je vidět, že i jezuiti, i piaristi vlastně tvořili sourodou součást toho vzdělávání, kde bylo tedy upřímně řečeno na tom, si mohl vybrat a pomalu sestavovat aspoň u těch samých reform. Potom to bylo trošku, protože zanikneme to zániku takový vzdělání barokní, které vlastně odpovídalo jeho vkusu a dalo by se adekvátně měřit celosvětovým vývojem. Takže to by bylo asi tak všechno, co jsem k tomu chtěl říct. Ještě až budu připravovat ten elaborát výsledný, ještě se k tomu vrátím, ještě se k tomu zamyslím. Je spoustu příkladů, které nám tyto věci charakterizují a konkretizují. Například, že já jsem svého času publikoval Univerzity Karlovy. Jmenovalo se to, no bylo to vlastně o jezuitech a piaristech, kteří získali vzdělání. Bylo možná třeba sourozenci, že bylo třeba v jedné rodině podle toho, jak který sourozenec byl jaksi zaměřený se tomu věnovat, ale byly to opravdu jenom opravdu takové ty rodiny, například třeba takový obyčejný člověk byl rád, že se stal. Tak děkuji za pozornost.
So it's up to you if you'd like to ask the questions in Czech, vielleicht auf Deutsch oder auch in English, dann Sie das wahrscheinlich übersetzen, aber das ist auch kein Problem.
Moc krát za zajímavou prezentaci. Já bych chtěl se zeptat, jak můžeme popsat vztah mezi biskupy, například kardinálem Steinem a piaristy.
Ze začátku, když to pak byly hlavně jezuity, tak fandil jako více. Vlastně to bylo dál. Ono, myslím, že kdyby říkal, o konci, že ne, všechny požadavky splnili. On byl dost, že jo, on byl dost arrogantní, chtěl, aby splnili teda jeho požadavky církevní fundace, aby opravdu, když to zaplatil, tak aby se to vzdělání nějak vyplácelo. Jezuité měli taky jaksi svůj jako svůj představu. A když jezuité, jak se vymykali jeho představa, no tak tady bylo důležité to přátelství. Byli přátelé se svatým Josefem Kalasem. Je znám ten medailonek, jak ho měl, je to ve stanci Kalasanciána, jak ho měl na stole, že jo, kardinále Trištejna, který objevilo svatý Josef Kalasance. No a věřil piaristům, ale každopádně se projevuje to, je to jedna organizace, jedna církev a zase pochopitelně. Buď jeden nebo druhý. Zase, co jsem tady řekl, jiné umě. To jsou vlastně ty příklady, které slibuju, že tam uvedu.
Další otázky,
do we have a figure for the 18th century which is very characteristic for the piarists? In Poland, we have states of Konference, which was the reformer of the piarist school system. So, is there in Czech province or Bohemian province, I would say, outstanding figure?
Srovnání, já nevím, jaké míry jste rozuměl, nebo ne, srovnání mezi polskou situací piaristy, reformami a tady českých zemí.
This is
the first is, I also have numbers as well. The first word is if there were users.
There are similar figures like
Similar figures. Podobné postavy osobnosti.
Vymyslíte Stanislava Konarska. O Stanislavu Konarském, protože znáte pana profesora Kouse. No, tak jsme přátelé a panu profesorovi Ausovi jsem slíbil, že mu napíšu článek výzkumného Konarského Čekáku. Většinou nikdo nedělá. soukromí. Takže tu zpracuju ve zvláštním tématu. Docela ona ještě nebyla. Teď na tu vaši konferenci popovídáme. Takže takhle. Ono a ty pianisti, to je tady velké začlenění, protože tam příklad tam je festival kolego kreátor promluvil, dovolil odkázat na to, co s panem kolegou dáme v tomto směru. Já jsem mu slíbil, že se tady tím budu zabývat, bohužel na konferenci do Varšavy. On mě zval, ale vzhledem k mým zdravotním potížím nemůžu, ale já myslím, že se to a do konce roku je pak termín na ten Bohemiae. Jestli jste vystupoval na té konferenci, tak tam je to všechno. Podobné příspěvku, který shrne tady bádání o transformačním názvu. Pochopitelně, že tady jsou jeho knihy, že je to se velice zajímá. Ono by to chtělo i o Košťuška, ale to už bychom řekli. Já, pokud to bude teďka kolem, s vámi
Well, we are on time.
Ask me for example, because I didn't understand everything.
Well, Mr. Banchik like to write an article about landscape. I have asked him to its proceedings with
Pan kolega to chce doplnit, jestli tu byl nějaký piarista, jako podobně byl tady dál zhodné, ale ten moravský a byl to daný historickým vývojem vztahem panovnicí Marie Terezy, provinciálové a posvěcenství, že tam potom to bylo určitě provinciálové. No, ty dva, jo, řádově. A myslím, že to tomu prostě došel daleko dál.
Still need the financial time for lunch, and we shall be 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Yes.
Se páči. Dotaz. Ano. Já vůbec s tím nemám žádnou zkušenost. Když bych chtěla vlastně zjistit, v jakých, dejme tomu, českých knihovnách se nacházejí díla, která byla vytištěná právě v Antwerpách.
Tak si musíte zadat do vyhľadávača podľa toho, ako ja som sa pýtala, ale
je nejaká jako celková
máte vy jednotnú databázu, ja som myslela po knižnici, aká je výborný katalóg.
Vždycky knihovna a tam vlastně místo vydání.
A dala som si miesto vydania a rozšírené vyhľadávanie v 3 roky, ktoré som ja potrebovala. Takže ja keď som bola na ročník, hľadala som si katalóg starých tlačí do roku 1800. Konkrétne hľadala som miesto vydania Bohemiae, Olomouci, v Brne, to
A jak to v Olomouci jste nic nenašli? To jsem se právě chtěla
zeptat. Bola tá moravská knihovna, tak na tom poprvé.
Moravská, jsem se s
Moravská zemská, aj Olomouc mena. Tam je Olomoucko, 500.
Já si právě myslím, ale že já jsem měla jako za to, že Moravská zemská je jenom Brno.
Áno, ale mali sme tam aj Olomouc. Vypadol nám?
Myslím, že ne, že tam
No, lebo Olomouc, ten máme a ten asi Erika vypadol, áno.
No, a já jsem si to právě myslela, že Olomouc
byla pred asi 10 rokmi o taký prvý výstup, že tí olomouckí jezuiti prišli do Trnavy, tak ona recipročne akože spravila, koľko Trnavík sa nachádza v Olomouci. Bolo akože, aj sme to ešte konzultovali, či sa ten počet za posledných 7 rokov nezvýšil, ale že nie. To je ukončené v podstate.
No, já jsem si spíš chtěla zeptat, jestli třeba existuje právě nějaká celková databáze, no tak to neexistuje.
No, možno, že to máte nahádzané všetko v súbornom katalógu, ale...
Něco vzniká, ale myslím si, že to není v tuhle chvíli spolehlivé.
Vieš, že ešte ten databáza digitalizátov, ako sa to volá, jedno je... To je také, čo tam
já si
chodíme.
taky můžu vzpomenout.
Hej, no, jedno je...
Dobré, tak já jsem se chtěla...
Ja tiež, u nás je to ešte horšie, pretože tiež nemáme súborný katalóg a idem knižnici po knižnici a viem, že napríklad u nás univerzitná knižnica nemá spracovaný fond starých tlačí do databáze elektronickej. Musíme cez klasické naskenované generálne.
To jo.
Nedá vlastne vyhľadávať to, takže...
Nedá.
A sú máme tam dobré bibliografie, takže vieme, že čo asi...
To je dobrý.
No, asi, hej, no, takže tak.
No tak dobrý, no tak to mě teda čeká.
Hej, to najlepšie si... Erika? Predstav, že nám z tej prezentácie vypadol Olomouc. My sme tam my sme tam mali Moravskú zemskú, ale Olomouc nám vypadla včera večer, keď sme robili.
To som úplne ako prvé
No, som hovorila. Jakých ľudí tam bolo, že?
Vy jste ještě měli dostali jste. Včera není ale dá se, ale zase tam budou všichni, takže to zase bude takový. A nebo, když to bude, tak tady je nové technické knihovny. Páru já jsem chtěla prokázat, že dávají docela pěkný.
A vnútri v knižnici, hej?
No, bude taky venku je kavárna a když lezete dovnitř, tak tam se dá
Kde jsme si kávu dávali.
Když byste chtěli něco jako lepšího, jinak jako vás tady mám. A pořád nemám toho moderátora na tu poslední sekci, holky. Ale. Nezvládla bys to. Já tady nebudeš. Jako asi můžu. Je to samozřejmě jako že jako to bude prasárna, jo, to si uděláš sama. Tohle to poslala, tohle Haruka poslala, to je tady si tohle zavadím to taky takhle poslala, jo, takže nemusíš říkat ani tak já asi nebudu říkat nic víc, než co tady je, to v pohodě. Spíš ví. Jo, jenom prostě zavadili zcela soukromá, pak když přes leto točí pivo a se vydává dopisy na dopisů, se k tomu nabídí, ale to dělám. A Haruka tam napsala o sobě všechno, co to a... Tak jo, můžu. Děkuju moc. A já si můžu připravit, tak aby to bylo nejenom. Jo, bude. Tady se to taky bude zamíchat, takže můžeš to nechat i tady, no. Ještě tady já jdu nechat to nabíjet. Jo, já vím, že si dělám všechno, já jsem si řekla, že se nedívám. So I know
Again, ask people questions if he has one, maybe we can say I'm not sure that he has.
Ale některé věci dát do ty věci jsou že tady jako chtějí že má, což nechceme, a že prostě je zbytečné. Takže se stabilite a různě úspěšně, no a zatím jako praktika, ale tak jako různě běhá, takže to se no, že to ale jsme viděli digitalizaci ale problém, že ještě děláme anglický, německý. A vedle toho český, musím být, že jsem si sám a tady nic. A tady je nekde dobře. Asi to nějak já si myslím, že to by mělo být reaktivní, ale mám to vědění jako definitivní, ne, že to nejde, já nejsem si jistá, že mám dlouho, jsem si nekoupila, to nikdo z mě bych se nechtěl zdobat. Třeba někdo prostě jde si v nějakých normálních sezení, kde se prostě rychle schopnost si dobudu práce. Já nevím, tady si tím můžu, ale budu 4 já já myslím, že běhla vedle, že si to myslel ten německý text a říkal si, že má taková puška. Nemyslím, že bude že tam se informace a proč to bylo na Proč to je super, já jenom jestli tam žistivost, ale myslím, že jsme nemali tady kanadské jestli na tom soupravě, my jsme tam potom chodili ještě, já nevím, tak se ale nevím, že je tam celské, protože jsme viděli, ale to byla taká to padala Zvají se tam to je ten tam chodíme, když nám je to tam chodíme, jak zvláštní vedle, nám je ale mají jen dost. Ale nie, jsme ještě ulicu dělali na takovou stolu, takhle tam. A byla jsem tam určitě si nevím, že ještě ulic. Že je zrušení. Vychodíme do toho extra, protože jsme jeli občas a tam je něco, že je ještě tak no, my jsme to našli, ale protože naproti já se někde ale ne, protože oni vždycky byli ještě okolo teda zmiňování, takže zkoušíme se fakt jako vtipný teda, jako mě, ale tohle tak na sadí, co tam tak ale to je něco, tam bude no, ale bude nějaká starka. A to mám, že jsme ty jsem schválila, aby to se vykončila, i kdyby ale jsem to najistila. Už prostě tohle je předposlední. Příští mají kolegové, ty na to mají peníze z nějakého jiného fondu a to už je tím. Takže my už jako, no a já si říkám, že jsem si chvala, že si zaplatím Kataríny a nebo jestli to bylo za svým respekt, tak jsem si udělala to, že naši klienti snaží všichni lidi jako dáváme ty obrožu a aby to bylo zvažováno, tak se to nebudu. Diváky 500 000, to je nevčerný, diváky 5 000 Jsem přesně rok, teď je to rok a kousek. No já jsem si čekala, že je v podstatě nevím. Stavíme na mezinárodní datovací, ale tam prostě čekám. No, to se to děláme, možná tam nájdeme, možná máme projekty, co to vieš, kdybych teraz už se to na světě, jako to se možná na šalé. Nevadí, treba nážit. Ale myslím, že nejprve na nážit. Tak jistíme nějakou. Jistíme nějakou je, že tam trošku čekli. Neprejesť sa, ale zase neostať hladný, že? Za 10 000 za divadlo?
9. Tak koľko to je? No daj to na štvrtinu. Tak sa neviem.
To nie až tak veľa.
Jesuit education, but in a very pragmatic way. For example, in the manuscript of Czech Didactica, he wants to use the already built Jesuit colleges, but he considered Jesuit education itself as lure of Antichrist. Therefore, the use of schools will be possible only after the expulsion of the Jesuits. In the same writing, however, we see a sincere interest in the professional work of linguistics in particular. So he praises the Polish Jesuit Georg Gregory Knapski, author of a Polish Latin dictionary, by which, according to Comenius, he overcame the outdated analytical method. Comenius' other references to the Jesuits are without any significant confessional burden. What is important is that these mentions do not represent Comenius as a representative of the unity, but as a scholar. And here, the Jesuits clearly play a rather significant and, one might say, positive role. In particular, it was the Irish Jesuits who, in their own word, initiated Comenius' journey to the worldwide known textbook Janua Linguarum. In fact, Comenius took the concept and the name from the so-called Hibernian Janua, that means from the textbook of the Irish Jesuit William Bath. Janua Linguarum sive modus maxime accommodatus, first published in Salamanca in 1611. It suggested the principle of Comenius' later Janua. In 1631, he published the Latin version as the first monolingual version, the Czech one, under the title The Door of Languages, Tongue of Languages, Dveře jazyků otevřené, was published 2 years later in 1633 in Leszno. This will be crucial for our later interpretation. The frequently mentioned Jesuits, we find Athanasius Kircher, the German Jesuit polymath. Comenius invokes him as an authority along with another Jesuit bishop when he wants to prove the absurdity of Descartes' physical claims in reply to the writings of the Descartes scholar Petrus Serrarius. And then we find Kircher as an authority when considering modus perpetuus, that means a machine performing continuous motion, perpetuum mobile, very later text, Calmores Elia. With other occurrence of Athanasius Kircher citation have also given in this volume. Kircher was clearly an authority for Comenius, and he uses this not only to evaluate but also to criticize the order and the defend pan-sophistic practices. Very remarkable are the documents from Watkins showing Comenius' interest in Jesuit missions. His interest was stimulated by both his deep piety and linguistic work. Comenius followed the successful work of the Jesuit missions in America with a great understanding, which creates even supra-confessional ties, which can be evidenced in particular by several rather extensive citations of the work of the Jesuit Joseph Acosta. The most significant place in chapter 27 concerns his admiration for the Jesuits' plan to evangelize the Indians by learning their language. Comenius here also revisits the Hibernian Janua because the evangelization is as its major goal. This is a very particularly significant place, for here we discover Comenius transcending denominational differences through linguistics. Is this the first instance of constructive identification with the aims of the Jesuits. Finally, the last commenological points concern the numerous references to the Jesuits in the plans for the reformation of the world. The Jesuits were to be an important part of it. Comenius valued their school system and would have been willing to leave this area to them in a reformed world. In several interesting passages in Cromwell's area, he intends to organize intensively with the Jesuits, but he always conditions this is on a departure from popery and a conversion to work for Christ and his church. This is a very short and brief overview of involved Comenius view and Jesuits. Now, on the Jesuit side, while there is not any other mention of any particular member of the Jesuit province in Comenius' work, the interest of its members in him was undisguised. It is probably not far from the truth that the initiator of a distinct wave of interest in Comenius was Bohuslav Balbín, who knew Comenius and a lot of his works and described them in a short profile in posthumously published Bohemian Doctor. Recall that he gives admittedly imprecise and sketchy, but nevertheless interesting accounts of his life and quotes several of his writings, among them Janua Lingvarum and Labyrinth. It may be mentioned as an interesting fact of Balbín's tolerant view that Comenius is not placed among the heretical writers, but in the section of the various writers of the fatherland, various scriptores patri, and that of him he writes, quam plurima editit nihil tamen unquam, quod Catholicae fidei adversa retur, ac mihi opera eius legenti semper visus est ita comparatus scripsisse, ut nullam notare aut damnare religionem velant. We can suspect that this interest in one of the most important European authors escaping from Bohemia spread through the Balbinian circle. It included, among others, Jiří Constans, who is the second contemporary Jesuit whose knowledge of Comenius can be explicitly documented. This Balbín's way is also confirmed by another friend of Balbín, Tomáš Pešina z Čechorod, the approver and co-author of Comenius' translation of Catos Distichs, Catonova Disticha, published by Václav Jan Rosa. A later confirmation of the knowledge of Comenius' work is the Jesuit Daniel Nitsch, who quotes Janua Lingvarum, undoubtedly the Prague edition as the best way to use perfect Czech. So let's go on Janua. The most striking example of the Jesuit relationship to Comenius are undoubtedly the 4 or 3 Prague editions of his phenomenal textbook Janua Lingvarum. The history of this Czech edition is somewhat confusing. The first edition on the left, which is dated 1667, is very problematic. The printer was Pavel Postřihač, and the printing was to have taken place in the Archbishop's printing house in St. Norbert College. The regular edition is only from 1667 because the first version has printed only title page and first 2 followed pages. And after these pages, there are quoted the number of second printed version, 1669. So it's very confusing what was printed in 1667. The regular edition is only from 1669. Its printer was also Pavel Postřihač, and here too St. Norbert's College is listed. The second or third edition was printed in 1694 in the Jesuit printing house in St. Clements under the factor Jiří Vojtěch Koniáš, and finally the third last edition was also printed in the Clementine Printing House 1716 by the doctor Jiří Jakub Keberl. The editor of Comenius' text was, with a probability bordering on certainty, Matěj Václav Štajer. There are three reasons for this. The preface is signed with the cipher MSSJ, which is the same or similar abbreviation that Štajer used in his other books, for example, in Jan Malobicki's Dům věčnosti or in the Cancionál český or Věčný pekel žáč. In the 1667 and 1716 editions, the cipher is no longer present. In all editions, however, there is another important clue at the very end. At the very end of the Janua, there is a list of orthographic phenomena which is based on the word Orthographia Bohemica Prague, edito anno 1668. This is a reference to Štajer's so-called žáček, výborně dobrý způsob, jak po česku psát na tiskovky. And finally, third, in conclusive but interesting proof is related to the concept of the modification made, which I find to be identical to Štajer's approach, especially in the numbering of expression. The Jesuit Prague Janua is an extremely important adaptation that represents a specific linguistic version of Comenius' textbook. It's only multilingual version that includes Czech as one language. It is also the version that proves that the Prague Jesuits also knew Comenius' Czech Janua of 1633. But it is newly, thoroughly edited text which doesn't even resemble the Janua 1633. As an example, I refer to section 43. The difference is obvious. The introductory part, which is original by Comenius, is the same in both texts, but the added passage doesn't appear at all in the 1633. These first two examples. Matěj Václav Štajer used for the re-edition of the Czech text Janua, edited by the Leipzig professor Zacharias Schneider, from which he took the form of the German and Latin text. Schneider published Comenius Janua in Leipzig from 1635 to 1657, expanding Comenius' text with a number of inserts that were primarily factual in nature. The editorial principle is therefore extremely interesting. The editor took over the parts that correspond to Comenius' version from 1633, but retranslated the passages that are not in the version from Zacharias Schneider's edition of Janua. These are systematic changes that stem from Jesuit pattern selection. But the important thing is that the English text is not German, Latin text, sorry for mistake. The Latin text is not translated from Schneider's version, but is the result of combining the original Comenius text with the newly translated passages according to Schneider. German version, yeah. But the Jesuits also made some other changes. To illustrate, I choose the modification of an article 255 concerning the human genital tract. As you can see on the screen, there is a very interesting thing that Jesuits didn't change not only Czech version, but also Latin version. That means this place is proof that the Jesuits put stress on the morality and changed as well as Czech and Latin text. The last notable adjustment I want to show off is the non-native expressions. In Janua itself, Steyer does this following the example of both communions and even Mo Schneider by listing synonyms in brackets. However, the changes made systematically in the preface are noteworthy, in which Steyer replaces non-native expression with Czech ones, as you can see on both sides of the screen. The remaining question for me is whether Janua was practically used as a textbook. I don't have any archival documents, but on the one hand, according to references to the literature niche, Daniel niche, on the other hand, according to 4 editions and according to almost 140 preserved copies, it's that proves. I don't think so, but it would be a good idea to go through all the prints and look at the plate records and location records. I'm not sure the records in the religious records. Conclusion. Jesuit Janua is therefore an extremely important text from the point of view of the textological development of this comenius textbook. But it is also a very remarkable example of the non-confessional tolerance of the Prague Jesuits. In the text, comenius name is mentioned in many places, even in places where it is not in the original. More, in the attached preface to the reader, Protestant authorities are quoted. For example, the Lutheran theologian Johann Mochinger, the Polish Brethren historian Andrzej Węgierski, even comenius friend Samuel Hartley, what is settled in England, as well as Johann Ankoran, an editor of an English version of Jan. At the end of the preface, it is stated completely unmotivated that Comenius wrote this work in exile, despite the fact that Comenius doesn't have such a formulation in the 1633 edition. From Comenius' side, it is clear that they follow the work of the Jesuits and in many ways admire it, just as the Prague Jesuits corrected Comenius' unacceptable formulations. Comenius also conditioned their participation in the correction of the word on a religious basis. But it can be stated that the mutual relationship was not hostile. The best term that my colleagues and me agree on is correctness. Therefore, my contribution is primarily a report on scientific tolerance, which made it possible to cross imaginary borders to a degree unimaginable to many during the 30 Years' War. Res Publica Literaria worked well also without exchange letters. No correspondence between Jesuits of Bohemian province and Comenius survived and not exist. In essence, this relationship describes a state when what mattered was who the scholar was, and whether they were Jesuits or Czech brethren didn't play a fundamental role. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your very interesting paper. And now I want to open the discussion. So please, the questions. Please.
I was wondering if you could possibly go back to the slide where Comenius comments on the experiment of the Provinciae's experiment.
Yeah. It is from Petrus Serrarius Responsio.
Is there any position of Comenius about it? Because Jesuits were using this experiment to prove the sustainability of Aristotelian theory.
Oh, it's a very difficult question for me because this I think in natural philosophy, so I think the most expert is Ivan about it. because we discussed this problem with physics in many ways. For example, in a very interesting paper by our colleague from Olomouc, Tomáš Nejeselba, and we didn't any mention about the real physical tests. I'm not really competent to answer this question, sorry, because it's like in physics and history.
Who is the author? Could you please repeat the name of this author? Because I would be happy to read.
Tomáš Nejeselba. It was very interesting. Nejeselba from Olomouc. Very interesting about examples of using vacuum by Kircher and other scholars of this time. But this was the notion that this grouping of Kircher's tests is lies on religious reasons, not physical reasons. He was interested in physics just very pragmatic way. For example, when he wrote his physics as a textbook for lower schools, he used it in accordance to Mosaic physics, in accordance with the first chapters of the Bible. So he was not really a physician.
Sola scrittura. Sola scrittura.
Yeah, that's right.
Another questions, please?
Yeah, you mentioned that in the Jesuit editions of the Latin, there were changes or adjustments, which you exemplified by, let's say, sexual or genitals. But in the title, on the wrong title, on the title page, it says that they were contra doctrina. That is, they were against the Catholic doctrine also. So how many, well, if you can just somehow, how many and of what kind the changes were? So they were not only because of the sex.
In very limited time to this presentation, I had to omit some very interesting examples. But religious changes are also made in several ways. For example, in the description of creation of the world, Jesuits enlarged the description of the great world. And on the very end, there is a chapter when Plinius described angels and their identity. He wrote, "What is written about angels is not sure," but Jesuits changed it. What is said about angels is absolutely sure. Some similar changes in this contradictio fidei is written in this way. Starrer, in my opinion, the main author, as well as changes and addition, as well as prefaces, noted this way in these sentences.
I wanted to thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, and I wanted to ask this relationship that you described as respect between the two parts, or was perceived as such also in other historical periods. I have in mind the Czech National Revival. So this relationship between Jesuits and Comenius was always described by historians and let's say publicists in this way, or where certain antagonism highlighted.
Very often compared this time of early 17th century with Czech so-called normalization of 70s of 20th century. But there is a very significant difference. In 17th century, I wanted to start with 20th century. In 70s of 20th century, unwanted books were destroyed. But in Comenius' time, in two very important officially printing books, Archbishop printing books and Clementines printing books, this book by exulant, or better, in correspondence to 20th century emigrant, was officially printed with his name, with his admiration, with the notion of state in exile. It's very, very interesting, and for me, beautiful.
Any other questions? If not, I want to thank for the questions, thank for the answers, and now we have to change not only the topic but also the language. Der nächste Beitrag ist nämlich in Deutsch. Sein Autor ist Herr Dr. Henrik Gerlitz. Ja, und Dr. Gerlitz beschäftigt sich schon lange mit der Kirchengeschichte Schlesiens, mit einer außergewöhnlichen Zeitspanne vom Mittelalter bis zum Beginn des 20. Jahrhunderts. Er gab die Listen der Geistlichen der Breslauer Diözese heraus, aber heute wird er über die Geistlichen in schlesischen Städten, Glogau und Schwednitz sprechen. Bitte, Herr Gerlitz, Sie haben ein Wort.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, vielen Dank für die Gelegenheit, ein kleines Bild der Beziehung zwischen den Diözesanklers und den Jesuiten in Schlesien zu präsentieren. Der bemerkenswerte Zustand, in dem sich die Breslauer Diözese nach der Reformation befand, ist vor allem aus dem Bericht bekannt, dem Bischof Jähring 1586 dem apostolischen Nuntius am Kaiserlichen Hof in Wien überreicht. Die Situation der katholischen Kirche war tragisch. Die Städte Oppeln und Ratibor sowie die Bischofs- und Stiftsgüter verblieben bei Katholizismus. Schlesische Herzogtümer und zahlreiche Städte übernahmen den neuen Glauben. Aber der Zustand der katholischen Orden und Geistlichen war beklagenswert. Die Rekatholisierung Schlesiens beruhte von Evangelium hauptsächlich auf dem Schulden des Diözesanklers. Der im 1565 in Breslau betriebenen theologischen Seminar nach dem Vorbild der römischen Germanikum ausgebildet, das Bischof Gerstmann nach Nyssa verlegte. Trotz vieler Schwierigkeiten stellte es seine Aktivitäten auch während des 30-jährigen Krieges nicht ein. Zu den Absolventen des Neisser Priesterseminars gesellte sich eine große Gruppe von Priestern, die in Olomouc und Prag ausgebildet wurden. Dank der dort gebildeten Jesuitenakademien wurden sie neben dem Neisser Priesterseminar zu dem wichtigsten Ausbildungszentrum für schlesische Geistliche. Obwohl die Zahl der Diözesankler Prediger und der Mönche langsam zunahm, bestand immer noch Bedarf an den dynamischen Priestern, erfahren im Kampf gegen den Protestantismus, hervorragenden Pfarrer und die Konvertierten auf die Aufnahme in die Kirche vorbereiten konnten. Jesuiten und Kapuziner gelten als solche. Die Jesuiten kamen 1625 nach Glogau an. Dort widmeten sich hauptsächlich der Bildung. Sie konnten ihre Aktivitäten dank der Großzügigkeit der Gläubigen, testamentarischer Bestimmungen und Geldern aus den gegen Protestanten erhängten Strafen ausüben. Zu den Volltätern der Gesellschaft gehörten die Grafen Donau und Oppersdorf, aber auch die Unterstützung, die Jesuiten von Geistlichen erhielten. Der Propst schenkte ihnen seine Bibliothek, der Archidiakon ein Kerk und der Pfarrer aus Koschów 200 Taler. Sie zeichneten sich unter ihren Volltätern besonders aus. Zwei Geistliche aus Glogau, der Pfarrer von St. Nikolaus und der Dekan des Domkapitels, Martin Lempusius, und sein Vizedekan Andreas Dreisig war. Der Letzte vermachte ihnen in seinem Testament vom 13. Januar 1640 sein Gut Jaczow. Am 5. Oktober 1606 gründete Dekan Lempusius in der neben der Kollegiatkirche gelegenen Kapelle St. Anna eine Propstei. Er legte seine liturgischen Verpflichtungen fest. Die örtlichen Missionare des Heiligen Kreuzes waren außerdem verpflichtet, jeden Quartal eine heilige Messe zu feiern. 80 Taler waren für zwei von St. Anna gegebene Jugendliche aus katholischen Familien bestimmt, die bei den Jesuiten studieren sollten. Allerdings legte der Gründer in seinem Testament fest, dass im Falle der Gründung eines Jesuiten-Kollegs in Glogau nach dem Tod des jetzigen Propstes alle die Stiftung vermachten Einkünfte an die Jesuiten überweisen werden sollten. Wie bereits eben erwähnt wurden, die jahrelangen Bemühungen, die Jesuiten nach Glogau zu holen und dort ein Kolleg zu errichten. Erst im Jahr 625 verwickelt. Bald mussten die Jesuiten jedoch aus Glogau fliehen. Im Jahr 1634 wohnten sie mit Glogauer Kanoniker beim Pfarrer Sander in Świerczechowa in Großpolen, wo sie 1642 erneut Zuflucht suchen und erst 1650 nach Glogau zurückkehren. Ihre Rückkehr nach Glogau fiel mit dem Tod des örtlichen Propstes und Pfarrers Martin Fiedler zusammen. Und so konnte der zweite Teil des Testaments von Lempusius umgesetzt werden. Am 26. Januar 1652 wurde die Stiftung zusammen mit den Mieten und Renten an Balthasar Hallenberger, Rektor des Glogauer Kollegiums, übergeben. 2000 Taler gelangten in die Hände der Jesuiten. In Schweidnitz errichteten neben der Pfarrkirche bauten die Franziskaner Kreuzherren mit rotem Stern und zu Beginn des 14. Jahrhunderts die Dominikaner ihre Kirche. Schon früh traten weitere geistliche Pfarrer und Altaristen an die Seite des Pfarrers. Die Zahl der Sakralbauern Sakralbauten wurde durch zahlreiche Kapellen vor den Toren der Stadt und die berühmte Rathauskapelle ergänzt. Die auf dem Friedhof in der zweiten Hälfte des 14. Jahrhunderts errichtete St. Nikolauskapelle und genannte Jerusalem St. Anna-Kapelle wurden die Stiftungen die Mansionarien gegründet. Die Reformation, deren Thesen Streiten so schon früh berichten, erlangte Anerkennung bei der Stadtbevölkerung, die einen großen Einfluss auf die dortigen kirchlichen Beziehungen hatte. 1545 besetzten Protestanten die Pfarrkirche. Der neue Glaube drang schnell in die Reihen der Missionare ein und fand unter ihnen Anfänger. Aufgrund des Mangels an geeigneten katholischen Geistlichen traten bald Schwierigkeiten bei der Besetzung vakanter Pfarrstellen auf. Die Missionare begannen nun ihre Pfründer zu wechseln und häufiger zu verlassen. Nur die beiden Präzentoren bleiben der Kirche treu und mussten mit vielen Unannehmlichkeiten kämpfen. Alle aber im Glauben verhört. Leisteten sie trotz wachsender Schwierigkeiten entschlossen Widerstand gegen die Reformation und ihre Kirchen, in die Protestanten keinen Fuß fassen dürfen, wurden zu echten Bastionen der Schweizer Katholiken. Es gab auch im Laufe der Zeit wenige Missionare. Aufgrund des Fehlens eines katholischen Pfarrers, der Prästor und der Dominikanpriors bleiben die einzigen katholischen Geistlichen in Schweiz. Und als der letzte das Kloster im Jahr 1619 verließ, war er, der Prästor, der einzige katholische Christ. Am 27. Januar 1629 traf der Breslauer Weihbischof in Begleitung des Domkapitels in der Stadt ein. Am nächsten Tag weihte er die Pfarrkirche am 29. Januar den Hauptaltar und zog dann in einer Prozession außerhalb der Stadt um den Friedhof des heiligen Nikolaus. 2 Tage zuvor trafen auch die ersten Jesuiten in der Stadt ein. Eine Einladung dabei zu helfen, Konvertierten in der katholischen Kirche willkommen zu heißen. Für ihren Bedarf übernahmen sie den Franziskanerkirche und bald darauf die Fräuleinskirche. In ihren Aufenthalt gab es zunächst keine Einwände. Im Gegenteil, auf Wunsch von Bischof Balthasar und Domkanoniker Hildebrand wurden sie in ihrer Arbeit von katholischen Diözesianern und religiösen Geistlichen aus Schweiz und Umgebung unterstützt. Nach dem Besuch des Provincials wurde 1631 vereinbart, dass die Jesuiten die Pfarrei Schweidens bis zur Ernennung eines Pfarrers betreuen würden. Die Kirche stand unter dem Patronat der Klarissinnen aus Brest. Ihre Abtisten beschlossen jedoch den Jesuiten die Kirche wegzunehmen und ernannte den Paul Leander zum Pfarrer, der den Jesuiten widerstellte, mit denen sich die Ordensleute nicht einigen konnten. Der Stadtrat stimmte ihrem Verlassen der Stadt nicht zu. Sie unterstützte sie sowohl finanziell als auch räumlich und schenkte ihnen die Kirche St. Barbara. Nur sonntags dürfen die sich in der Pfarrkirche Predigten halten. Obwohl sie das gleiche Schicksal teilen und sowohl die Jesuiten auch der Pfarrer Neander 1632 Schweigens verlassen mussten, waren sie nach ihrer Rückkehr in die Stadt, in der Stadt zu kooperieren. Die Jesuiten waren bereits seit 3 Wochen in Schweigens und sollten sich laut Vereinbarung bis zu ihrer Rückkehr, als der Pfarrer aus Breslau antraf, um die Kirche und das Pfarrhaus kümmern. Er befahl ihnen, das Pfarrhaus zu verlassen, was auf den Widerstand des Oberen stieß. Er antwortete, dass er nicht derjenige sei, der sie dorthin gebracht habe und dass er kein Recht habe, sie hinauszuwerfen. Die Jesuiten fanden wenig Hilfe darin, den Landrat von Schweidnitz, Jager, Bilban, um Unterstützung zu bieten. Nachdem er mit ihm gesprochen hatte, änderte Neander nicht nur seine Haltung gegenüber den Jesuiten, sondern war ihnen im Jahr 1636 auch eine besondere Belastung. Sie wurden erst 1637 von ihnen befreit, als er in eine ländliche Pfarrei in der Nähe von Nissa zog. An seiner Stelle trat der friedliche Priester Martin ungeraten. Nach einem Jahr verließ er jedoch die Pfarrei Schweidnitz, die nur bescheidene Einnahme brachte. Dann im Jahr 1637 wurde die Leitung der Gesellschaft Jesu übergeben. An diesem Punkt mussten wir jedoch auf die Fundamente des Mansionarien bzw. auf die Überreste der Präzentorien zurückkommen. Nur für kurze Zeit freute er sich über die Hoffnung, die Fundationen wieder aufbauen zu können. Der 30-jährige Krieg setzte nicht nur ihren früheren Glanz ein Ende, auch während der Feindseligkeiten brannte am 18. Mai 1633 die Nikolauskirche aus. Dank Präzentor Dobersch geschicklicher Finanzverwaltung und ruhiger Haltung erholte sich die Stiftung von dem Untergang und reparierte die Schadschäden, die ihm durch den 30-jährigen Krieg zugefügt worden waren. Es scheint dabei, als würde er seine frühere, so geschätzte und ersehene Würde und Unabhängigkeit wieder erlassen. Der Angriff, der unwartet von dem Schweidnitzer Jesuiten kam, beendete endgültig die Angelegenheit der 2 getrennten Mansionarkollegien dort. Mit ihrem Anruf in der Stadt im Jahr 1629 und insbesondere nach der Übernahme der Leitung der Pfarrei nahm die Bedeutung der Präsentors als tragende Säule der Schweidnitzer Katholizismus ab. Darüber hinaus übertrug der Staat ihnen bei der Einigung mit ihnen am Januar 1661 über das Recht, die Kirche und Kapelle der Stadt zu besetzen, alle Rechte an ihnen und an der Pfarrei in Tschechien. Nach dem Tod von Dobersch befreit sich der Rektor des Jesuitenkollegs, Pater Johann von Rothenberg, auf die abgeschlossene Vereinbarung und forderte seine Rechte an beiden Präzentorien und der Pfarrei in Schöpf. Der Staat lehnte nicht nur die Forderungen der Jesuiten ab, sondern schickte in der Nacht von 22. auf 23. Dezember auch einen Boten mit einem Brief nach Breslau, in dem er Ignaz Missigang, den Erzpriester und Gemeindepfarrer in Bolkus, den Bischof vorstellte für die leer erstandenen Präzentorien und die Pfarrei, um zu verhindern, dass die Jesuiten die Umsetzung ihres Planes behindern, ordnete sie die Versiegelung des Präzentoriums und seines Inhalts sowie die Schließung der Stadttore ab. Bischof Kardinal Friedrich von Hessen stimmte dem Vorschlag des Stadtrats zu und übernahm für die Dauer des Streits das Patronat über die leerstehende Frieden. Der Bürgermeister konnte daher am 10. Januar 1679 dem Rektor des Kollegiums mitteilen, dass der vorläufige Verwalter der Präzentorien und der Pfarrei in Schöpna mit Zustimmung der Diözesianbehörden und dem Erzpriester Rerich trotz des Protests des Rektoren am 16. Jahrhundert in St. Nikolaus und in Schöpna in der Stelle angeführt. Der selbstbewusste Stadtrat begann jetzt, die Jesuiten einzugreifen. Sie warf ihnen Mäzenatserpressung vor, befahl ihnen, die Schlüssel zu den Torkapellen zurücknehmen und forderte die Rückgabe des Hauses, in dem der Präzentor wohnte. Da ihr 1681 das Recht verlieren wurde, einen Präzentor zu ernennen, obwohl Sporek noch lebte, stellte sie erneut ihren alten Kandidaten Missigan vor, der nach Erlangung der Investitur von Erzpriester Rerich als Präzentor der Vereinigten Präzentorien eingesetzt wurde und Pfarrer in Schöpf. Als Missigan eine Neuerstellung von Kirche und Kapelle plante, kam es plötzlich zu einem jahrelangen Streit mit den Jesuiten. Ihr Rektor, Pater Andreas Scholz, verweigerte ihm den Zutritt zu seinem Andreasalter in der Pfarrkirche. Er lehnte erst ein, als ihm der Administrator des Landesbistums mit wirklichen Strafen drohte. Die Jesuiten verweigerten ihm auch das Wohnrecht. Er musste jedoch ausziehen und bewaffnete Bürger bewaffneten Präzentori, das nur Träger betreten dürfen. Da die Jesuiten nicht aufgeben, wurde der Streit immer heftiger. Irgendeine Ausrede, zum Beispiel das Rasenmähen auf dem Nikolaus-Friedhof, genügte es dem Präzentor, die Stadtwache zu rufen, die er befahl, die Schnitter zu vertreten. Die Jesuiten verklagten der Stadt vor dem Landrat und den Diözesanbehörden wegen Verstoßen gegen ihre Gesetze. Am 15. Mai 1687 erhielten sie ein zugunsten des Ordens positives Urteil. Der Stadtrat war verpflichtet, die Vereinbarung von 1661 einzuhalten und ermachtete sich nicht auf neue Streitigkeiten einzulassen oder Rechte einzufordern, auf die er längst verzichtet hatte. Dass sie jedoch mit dieser Entscheidung unzufrieden war, wendete sich an den Kaiser. Da sie dort gute Ansichten hatten, den Prozess zu gewinnen, schlug der Jesuitenrektor eine neue Regelung vor. Am 19. Oktober 1694 endete der Streit um die Präzentorie endgültig. Die Vereinbarung, die der Stadt von Schweidnitz mit dem Rektor des Jesuitenkollegs Hartmann geschlossen hatte, wurde im Missa von Bischof geeignet. Die beiden angeschlossenen Präzentorien und alle zur Kirche im Preis der Kirche gelangten schließlich fanden sich in Händen der Jesuiten. Bis die Kirche St. Nikolaus wieder in Betrieb genommen wurde, verlieh der Präzentor jedes Recht, die heilige Messe zu zelebrieren in der Pfarrkirche und zu Hause. Wenn er sich jedoch arrogant, aber anmaßend verhielt, konnten sie ihnen die Wohnung kündigen oder eine Gegenleistung für die Miete verlangen. Gebühren erhöhen und in der Zutritt zur Kirche verweigern. Damit endete die Zeit des selbstständigen Spidnitzer Präzentoriums und sein letzter Präzentor Michigan schrieb am Ende des von ihm erstellten Inventarium Präzentorie Spidnicensis die bedeutsamen und prophetische Worte von Brevi Präzentoria ad Sanctum Nicolau perpetue oblivion tradetur. Bald wurde ihm klar, dass der Stadtrat ihn nur im Kampf gegen die Jesuiten ausnutze und er bedauerte seine Entscheidung, nach Spidnitz zu kommen. In detaillierten Notizen, die er zuvor einseitig gegen die Ordensleute gerichtet hatte, legte er seine Abneigung endgültig beiseite. Als letzter und helgiger Präzentor kämpfte er bewusst für die Position, die ihm früher als Freunde zugesagt hatte. Die Jesuiten verdankten ihre Spieler am meisten. Sie vergaßen nicht ihre Universitäten und Lehrer, sondern ermöglichten dann der Nachlass der Stiftung auch den nächsten Generationen schließlicher Jugendlicher dort zu studieren. Obwohl es in Gliwice kein Jesuitenkolleg gab, war es doch eng mit dem Orden verbunden. Im 16. Jahrhundert entstand eine starke Bindung zwischen dieser Stadt und Jesuiten. Eine bedeutende Rolle spielte dabei der gelernte und fromme Gräwitzer Pater Marcin Soda. Unter den Lehrern der Olbitzer Akademie fand die Gräwitzer Jugend ihre Landesleute, oft sogar nähere Verwandte. Die geistliche dankbare Absolventen der Olbitzer Akademie und des Opava-Kollegs hinterlassen Stiftungen für Jugendliche aus ihrer Heimatstadt, die es ihnen ermöglichen, in der besten Jesuitenzentrum zu studieren. Sie können durchaus als Beispiel einer blickenden Zusammenarbeit zwischen den Jesuiten und dem Diözesianklerus in Schlesien gelten. Der Mangel an Einheit unter den katholischen Klerus kam den Protestanten zugute, die so wie in Jelenia Góra überlebten und die schwierige Zeiten und die preußische Herrschaft erlebten. Kleine Gäste, wie zum Beispiel die 3 Kriege Weih, die ein mit ihnen und einige Fahrer, den es in Jelenia Góra schickte, kleine Zugeständnisse, gegenseitige Freundlichkeit, ermöglichen eine fruchtbare Zusammenarbeit. Schade, dass manchmal nur das fällt. Vielen Dank für Ihr geduldiges Zuhören.
Vielen Dank für ein sehr, sehr interessantes Referat über die Beziehungen zwischen dem Stadtrat und Jesuiten und Geistlichen, weltlichen Geistlichen. Ich erinnere mich nur an das Werk von Josef Hrdlička über das südböhmischen Stadt Jindřichův Hradec, Neuhaus. Löste ähnliche Probleme, also die Beziehung zwischen Jesuiten und weltliche Geistlichen im ursprünglich protestantischen Stadt. Ja. Also jetzt die Fragen bitte. Hat jemand einige Fragen? Ja.
Vielleicht eine einfache Frage über die Archivbestände, die Sie benutzt haben oder die Sie glauben am wichtigsten für dieses Studium wären. Gibt es viele Dokumente, um dieses Thema studieren zu können, viele Literatur, das man noch nicht so gut kennt? Oder als Archivar frage ich so Neugierigkeit.
Für Schweidnitz gibt es die Handschrift von Michigan. Das ist er hat alle Dokumente für die Mansionari war und der Präzent. Der einzigste katholische Priester und die Jesuiten haben die alle Fundationen für sich beanschlagt. Und das war für den Präzenter, vielleicht war der rechtliche, geistliche in Schlesien mit den ganzen Fundationen in der Schweiz. Und da haben die Jesuiten das übernommen. Und das war der Punkt, warum er hat das alles zusammengestellt in seinem Buch. Aber da ist nur vielleicht, aber zu wenig finden wir in Annales. Warum die Annales sind aus Schlesien nach Wien gekommen und dort war in Wien sind die zusammen für 3 Jahre vielleicht kopiert und vielleicht in Wien finden wir viele nicht wie in Rom.
Frage ist, ja.
For a side note, in the last year it was published a very nice book about Jesuits in Świdnice, Laudatissimus Fidias Noster, by Paweł Migasiewicz, and it's a book on the history of art, but there is also plenty archival materials also from these local archives, like expenses, really solid work. Paweł Migasiewicz.
Da gibt auch bei der Hermann Hoffmann, er hat eine Er hat zusammengestellt alle Beziehungen zwischen die Operner der Jesuiten und ganze die Opernerland. Da haben die Pfarrer haben die Jesuiten um Hilfe gebeten und zum Beispiel in meiner Heimatgemeinde, da sind die und erstes Mal nach 50 Jahren die Resurrektionsprozession gehalten.
Also jetzt muss ich schon die Diskussion enden. Vielen Dank noch einmal. Und noch eine Bemerkung. Die nächste Sektion Nummer 4 wird schon um 3:30 beginnen. Ja, in beiden Räumen. So, one attention, the section number 4 will begin 3:30 in both rooms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Já jdu pryč, bohužel. A kde je Pavel?
Netuším, ale věřím, že dorazím.
Já doufám, že nedorazí 5 minut předem, velko se zase zakoušu.
Ale tam by nevěděli tam posunout.
No právě, ale jako na konferenci se jenom nechodí až na svůj restaurant. To je jako mě chlapec dost, zase tak často na té konference nechodí. Ten mošklivá. Já jsem ho strašně přemluvila, protože jsem si říkala, že
má nad hlavou povinnosti existenční.
Právě, že to je hlavně, máte to tady v těch nošách, to 2020.
Tak on je.
Ale tak by se mohlo. Dáme sem.
A já se zeptám, jak se tohle ovládáte zpátky a máte začátko?
Nevím. Kolegyně, tak si zkoušíme. Tak on ji pustíme. A mám to paní kolegyně Lelková pustí.
Jo, vlastní, ale ona chtěla jsem, že pacientské nefungujou.
Jestli to vůbec běží, jo, těma čudlama tam zpátky. A teď ještě by to chtělo ukazovat, že bychom třeba, že by to mělo.
Pozor na oči, koukat do toho přímo.
Svítí, nesmí.
No, když tak se bez toho
a tak tam, když tak. Tohle je vaše určitě a tohle je připravený paní. Já se jdu strojit večer. Já se jdu strojit večer na divák. Jo? Děkuji vám.
Idziemy do domu.
Idziecie do domu.
Tak, do
Przyjedziecie wieczór, do domu, nie przyjedziecie
wieczór. Do Polski jedziemy. Dlatego, że ksiądz ma jutro pogrzeb.
To jest taką powinności książki.
Nie, tam pogrzeb swojego biskupa, który był moim wychowawcą, moim proboszczem.
No tak.
To muszę jechać.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Teksty mamy
Napiszemy. Jest takie, do... Można po niemiecku.
Jak jest deadline prawdziwy, to trzeba powiedzieć, że was chodzi wcześniej, że jest deadline.
Czym jeszcze będziemy?
Dobrze.
Jest za tym. No, w januaru
Ja zmienię temat troszeczkę, bo nie zrobię nie wszystko na książce. Dlatego, że bardzo ciekawe materiały są właśnie dla Opola.
Dla Opola, tak. Jest pisał Herman Hoffman. Potem Opol.
Tak.
Dziękuję bardzo.
To my dziękujemy za zaproszenie, tak? Naprawdę.
Ja katalogi są bardzo piękne.
Bardzo miło było Panią poznać, bo znam kilka Pańskich tekstów i książkę tę o książkę, każdodzienny żywot. Ja miałem, on zabrał. Tak, ale mam kopię. Zanim coś to ja robię kopię, mam PDF.
Bo wiesz, że jak ja zabiorę, to już czekam.
No tak.
To jest właśnie. Tak.
Jeszcze jedno małe pytanie. As I said yesterday, I'm looking for a partner for this about organic people.
Yes.
Maybe you know someone, or you maybe.
Or which initiative? I don't know if I have.
Because I want to identify this person.
Yeah, I will try it, but I don't know it's best. Yeah, I will try this first. Czernusia, who edited the Nunciators, editor of Tomasz.
I don't know his name.
It's okay. Not necessary to know every name.
Maybe yes.
Yeah, but I can try to identify it and we can collaborate it with others.
But it's not so many people. So
yeah, send me it and we can try to identify it.
It's less than 10, not less than 100.
Yeah, 100 is, yes, it's possible.
It's for an article, not for a book.
Yeah. Yes. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Zobaczenia.
No,
Come si passa da quello? Já jdu na Pavla, aby si začal nahrát. Já se omlouvám, já vás opouštím, já jsem stroj.
Tutaj właśnie ze stroje.
Nemůžu, nemám ničeho.
To je velice smutný, že hlediska ekonomického pragmatických ze strany Izraelu s velkým zájmem
ale jsem na si znát,
No tak tady je.
To začalo teda fungovat ten dálkový domov.
Jak to funguje? Já jsem s tím tady měla problémy, takže tady mám jednu a teďka...
To nereagovalo, tak ono to...
A můžu, když budu chtět, co pak jako teď to spustím, ale teďka chci jinou prezentaci toho dalšího.
No, dá se z toho vyskočit?
No já právě nevím, jak se z toho dá vyskočit.
Hop. Teďka nevím, kde to bylo. A tady to bylo. No. Takhle, a když to má na ploše, když by to dal na plochu ten dotyčný druhý, tak se to pustí z plochy. No. Tady se to vyletilo.
Oni taky pauze, když bude prokáže, že všichni něco mají.
Já budu teďka uvádět zase tam v té druhé místnosti.
Ještě taky uvádíte? No. Maria.
Je nějaká personální krize.
To teda je personální krize, když už i já budu uvádět.
To si schoval teda.
Já si musím teď sebou, to je dobrý nápad.
Uvedení příští rok bude semestr 5 poslátek, bude na metodický kde vysvětlení nemá vůbec. Mluvil jsem památkáře na
Tam paní Koníka, chci se zeptat, vy budete ovládat, mám ukazovat. Za vás, abych pak slyšela tady ze zádu, už mě pořád problémy. Pojedu už bych chtěla v úterý. No, aha. To je udělat hezký.
Viac, takže vedka nechať až keď
So yeah, last about this section. It is my great pleasure to introduce the first speaker, who is Associate Professor Simona Vikusa, who works at the Center for Economic Studies of Faculty of Arts at Charles University. Her main research focus is the history of Czech, Spanish, Latin, and American relations in the 16th and 19th centuries. She also deals with the activities of the Jesuits of the Bohemian province of the Society of Jesus and America in the 16th and 18th centuries. She is author of numerous studies, mainly published abroad. And even though I introduced her in English, she's going to speak in German. Of course, the question will be in German, as in English, in Czech. That's your Spanish. And even Spanish. In that case, I'm not able to comment answers. So the floor is yours.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, Frau. Ich möchte mich bedanken der Organisation, dass dieses Thema von den überseeischen Missionen hier erinnert sein kann und auch von einem der entferntesten Gebieten Autofahren zu sprechen. Danach wird auch die Frage, was ein gutes Sitzen. Ja, das Deutsch, es wurde ursprünglich als Spanisch geplant, aber dann hat man die Lösung mit dem Deutschen gewählt. Also, zu der Einleitung. Erstens muss man etwas von dem Begriff von Patagonien sagen, weil er sich die letzten Jahrhunderten mehrmals verändert hat. Man weiß, dass der Name Patagonien schon von der Magallanische Expedition von 1519 bis 1521 stammt. Später war er aber durch das Individuum der Magellaniker verwechselt und benutzt. Ich habe mehrere Karten gewählt, meistens von dem 18. Jahrhundert, die Jesuiten kompatibel ist, und dann mehrere Karten vom 19. Jahrhundert und das Begriff auch von heute abgesehen. Also hier sind wir in der Mitte des 18. Jahrhunderts. Man sieht die Grenzen des Territoriums der Terra Magellaniker oder des Nordpatagonien zeitlich. Man sieht, aber man wird auch später davon sprechen, dass nicht der Feuerplan, das Feuerraum, ein Begriff gibt, auch nicht Inseln der Staaten, nicht Carbon, zu dem wir aber auch sprechen werden, und sicherlich die Konferenz oder die Mountain. Etwas anders ist es mit dem Chiloé, die Isla-Insel und auch Chiloé, der sehr wichtig in dem Kontext der Jesuiten war und wo verschiedene Personen aus Deutschland, aus Römen tätig waren. Das werde ich später widmen. Entschuldigung. Man sieht also, dass Chiloé administrativ mit dem Chile, kontinentalen Chile, in dem kolonialen Begriff als das eroberte Territorium zum Gegensatz zu der Terra Magellanica, die bisher noch nicht gut erforscht war und nicht evangelisiert. Sowieso werden wir sehen, dass Chiloé als Punkt der Evangelisation auch auf dem Kontinent sehr wichtig war, aber sowohl wie der Rest des Südens ganz schwierige Konditionen, Bedingungen, klimatischen Charakters hatte. Also ich werde von dem ganzen Süden sprechen. Außerdem, das nächste Geschichten. Das ist vom Ende des 18. Jahrhunderts. Hier sieht man praktisch dasselbe, ganz begrenzt die Terra Magellanica von dem Chile und wieder die Insel und der Archipelag Chiloé hier. Das ist schon das 19. Jahrhundert. Hier erstreckt sich wieder Terra Magellanica von dem Atlantischen Ozean bis zum Pazifik. Später wurde das ganze große Gebiet unter Chile und Argentinien nach den Unabhängigkeitskriegen dividiert. Die Anden werden zu Hauptgrenze. Das ist ein ganz neues Begriff, Patagonien in Orange gezeichnet. Sogar inkludiert man den nördlichen Teil unter der Bezeichnung Nordpatagonien. Also es erstreckt sich viel mehr als in der Kolonialzeit. Und man kann auch bemerken, dass das Feuerland in dieses Konzept einbegriffen ist und wird heute neulich zum Beispiel für die Reisebüros, für den Tourismus, sowohl für die argentinische wie für die chilenische Seite benutzt, obwohl offiziell existiert nur argentinisches Patagonien als eine Provinz und Chile benutzt nur Chile Austral, Südchile. Also man sieht, dass die Situation sehr kompliziert ist und ich werde manche Definitionen überstreiten. Man kann weiter. Ja, hier habe ich in ein Resümee manche Namen von den böhmischen Jesuiten angezeigt. Es ist nicht wichtig, die Namen zu nennen, aber an dessen Lebensgeschichten kann man gut die Schwierigkeiten schätzen. Man sieht, dass sie sehr wenige Jahre in Chile, in dem Zentrum der Missionen, der südlichen Missionen, verbrachten. Sehr bald waren sie gewöhnlich krank und mussten versetzt nach Norden, nach Santiago oder andere Städte bewegt sein. Also Georg Brandt, einer von den ersten Römern, die in Chile, in der Stadt Castro, wo ein Kolleg es gab. Das Castro-Kolleg war das südlichste Kolleg Chiles, aber auch des Kontinentes zu seiner Zeit. Wir sehen die Positionen und die Bewegung zwischen Chile und anderen Plätzen in Chile. Man erwähnt auch die Missionsstation Nahuel-Huapi. Das gehörte nicht der Insel oder dem Archipelag Chile, sondern ist heute auf dem argentinischen Territorium gelegt, auf der kontinentalen Seite, schon weiter vom Pazifik entfernt, aber wurde eben von der Insel Chiloé administriert unter die Jesuiten. Also alle solche geografische Namenstädte haben mit der Gesellschaft Jesu in dem 17. und 18. Jahrhundert etwas zu tun. Eine Spezifität von Chile und den südlichen Missionen ist, dass man nicht immer in einem Platz ansässig wurde, eben wegen dem Klima. Und man hat praktiziert die sogenannten Wandermissionen oder Zirkularmissionen, dass signifizierte, dass man ein halbes Jahr zum Beispiel in der Stadt Castro in dem Kolleg war, aber dann ein halbes Jahr, wenn es möglich war, in Sommerzeit des südlichen Kontinents mit Boot und Indianern von einem Platz am Ufer zu anderen Stadt oder Dorf die Strapazen überwinden und die Versuche, die Indianer oder die Bewohner dieser wenig besuchten Plätze zu evangelisieren. Das sind noch manche Namen, von denen die Mitglieder der Gesellschaft Jesu schon die Aufhebung des Ordens erlebten und nach die Heimat zurückkehrten. Interessant ist der letzte, Johannes Erlacher, in dem Sinne, dass er nicht an der Insel Chiloé ansässig war, sondern noch südlichere Missionen gegründet hat und dort gearbeitet hat. In diesem Kontext wollte ich die kulturelle Situation solcher Missionen zeigen. Vor kurzer Zeit sind mehr als 10 oder 12 Kirchen von Südchile auf die Liste der UNESCO-Welterbe eingelistet. Und in Erlacher lebte zum Beispiel diese Kirche in der Mission von Achao, das ist noch am südlichen Ufer der großen Insel Chiloé. Bis heute sind Details von der ursprünglichen jesuitischen Zeit noch zu sehen. In der Mission Achao befindet sich diese Marienstruktur, die vorher in der Mission Nahuel Huapi, die ich schon erwähnt habe, heute in Argentinien, wann die Missionsstation vernichtet wurde, war die Statue nach heute in Chile, befindet sich dort bis heute. Und in Argentinien gibt es nur eine neuzeitliche Kopie der Statuen. Vielleicht euch beschreiben den geschriebenen Text, aber wollte noch eine Person erwähnen, die zwar nicht persönlich in Chile wirkte, aber doch mit dem Thema gebunden ist. Es ist der Pater von Schlesien, Johannes Walter. Er waltete hauptsächlich unter den Araukanern. Das war das uneroberte Gebiet oder sehr oft vernichtet war. Also das funktionierte nicht sehr gut. Aber dann diese Persönlichkeit wurde zum Generalprokurator in Santiago, wo er die ökonomischen und finanziellen Angelegenheiten zur Pflicht hatte und unter anderem korrespondierte er auch über die Ausdehnung der Missionen von Chiloé mehr zum Süden. Sogar war er interessiert in die Neuaufbauung der vernichteten Mission Nahuel Huapi und war Gründer einer neuen Mission in Chonchi, auch im Süden des Chiloé-Archipel, das vorher nicht existierte. Also es gibt mehrere Mitglieder des Jesuitenordens, die wirklich in dieser Gegend oder praktisch arbeiteten an der Evangelisation oder dafür von seinen hohen Funktionen mitarbeiteten. Ein etwas anderes Thema nur im Resümee war andere Jesuit, der nie in Amerika ankam, war in Spanien tätig. Pater Johannes Wendlingen, der ein schriftliches Projekt der Schifffahrten rund um Kap Horn vom Atlantik zum Pazifik vorführte, an dem man an den spanischen König Karl III., der auch später die Gesellschaft aufgehoben hat. Also das ist ein Kontrast. Aber Wendlingen arbeitete erst auch aus der böhmischen Provinz, arbeitete seit Hälfte des 18. Jahrhunderts in Madrid als Mathematiker, königlicher Kosmograph oder Geograph für Indien, also für Amerika. Also das war ein hoher Post bei dem König. Er war unter anderem auch Hersteller von Sonnenuhren, Astronom und Gründer des Astronomischen Observatoriums in Madrid und andererseits ein Präzeptor der königlichen Kinder, den Kinder des Karls III. Obwohl er also nie die spanische Übersee besuchte, hatte er viel darüber korrespondiert, sich dafür interessiert und bisher eben das Projekt bisher nicht publizierte Schrift geschrieben. Hier handelt es sich über die Möglichkeiten der Schifffahrt, wie ich gesagt habe, rund um Kap Horn, also noch viel ansonsten erwähnt das Risiko, also Argument, das Risiko der französischen und englischen Konkurrenzschifffahrten, einschließlich ihrer Folgen in Form von Schmuggelhandel. Überraschenderweise zeigt er auch wirtschaftliche Vorteile der neuen Seerouten für die spanischen Staatsfinanzen. Ein heftiges Argument waren unter anderem die Schwierigkeiten der Schifffahrt zu philippinischen Inseln via Veracruz und Acapulco in Mexiko. Also es wäre eine Alternative nach ihm. Man sieht, dass er ganz gut die Geografie des Gebietes kannte, mindestens theoretisch. Er spricht von der Magellansee, Route Meerenge, von dem Feuerinsel, die Enge von Maire, also andere Möglichkeiten der Schifffahrten, auch von den Inseln der Staaten. Unter anderem, was die Ökonomie betrifft, hat er Hoffnung an Goldvorkommen in Pazifikinseln, schrieb von Bodenschätze, von Holz für die Schiffkonstruktion und so weiter. Für diesen Projekt rechnete er mit Freundschaft eines Kapitans von Kriegsschiff, einen Unbenannten, einen Anonymen, der diesen Gebiet schon besucht hatte, und er sei bereit, eigenes Kapital zur Verfügung geben. Dafür gab er sich aber eine Menge von Bedingungen an den König, die inakzeptabel waren. Der König hat auch zwei professionelle Marinen angesprochen, um die Opponentur zu dem Projekt zu machen. Die beiden waren Teilnehmer der bedeutenden französisch-spanischen Expedition von den 30er Jahren des 18. Jahrhunderts zur Messung der Länge des Meridianbogens in der Nähe des Äquators unter Direktion von Charles-Marie Le Condamine. Das war ein wichtiger französischer Spezialist in Astronomie, Kartografie und so weiter. Beide Beurteiler, ein Spanier, ein Franzose, haben das Projekt abgelehnt. Hier kann man sie sehen. Der Franzose Bourdain schreibt ganz kurz, aber ganz expressiv. Es scheint ihm antagonistisch, also das Projekt antagonistisch zu den Interessen des Königs, dem öffentlichen Interesse und dem spanischen Handel. Es würde die Erhöhung der Ausgaben, Zeit, Risikos und Preisen bedeuten und gibt dafür mehrere Aspekte. Auch der andere hat das Projekt gelehnt. Zum Schluss also der Titelblatt des Projektes von Wendlingen. Es ist eine Kopie, ein Autograph. Und obwohl es also das ganze Projekt abgelehnt wurde, stellt es ein bedeutendes Beispiel des theoretischen Interesses eines Böhmen über die extremen Gebiete Amerikas und zusammen mit der praktischen Tätigkeit der Missionare aus Böhmen in Chile wird es ein noch wenig bekanntes Thema. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much for your very interesting paper, and we have now some time for questions. Okay, go ahead.
Vielen Dank für Ihre Präsentation. Ich habe eine Frage in Bezug auf die Ausbildung der böhmischen Leute, die in Lateinamerika waren. Waren Sie vorher in Europa im böhmischen Raum oder eventuell in Belgien?
Alle stammten aus Böhmen, waren einige Zeit auch in Spanien für seine Aufgaben vorbereitet, also die Sprache hauptsächlich das Spanische, das Lateinische funktioniert dann nicht im spanischen Gebiet, also sie mussten die Sprache erst lernen, auch irgendwelche praktische Kenntnisse bekommen von Kirchenbauen, Erde, mit Pflanzen und so weiter und so weiter. Das kam schon in Spanien. Und erst nach 1, 2 Jahren von solchen Kenntnissen wurden sie geschickt in die Missionen.
Vielen Dank für die Präsentation. 2 Fragen. In manchen Gebieten benutzten die Jesuiten Koine, Nahuatl oder Quechua. Which was wie war es in Südamerika, also Patagonien?
Antwort, davon habe ich nichts gelesen, von der Spanische, normalerweise auch die Jesuiten und der Geistliche, es gab Etappen, wo man die einheimischen Sprachen selbst lernen musste, die Evangelisation, oder mussten die Indios Spanisch lernen. Das hängt von dem Gebiet und von der Politik des Königs auch.
Haben Sie Grammatiken oder Wörterbücher geschrieben?
Von Südgebieten weiß ich wirklich nichts. in Mexiko schon gab es Grammatiken, wo aber
Und wenn ich darf, die zweite Frage ganz schnell. Was haben Sie gemacht nach 1767? Im Wesentlichen wissen wir, dass Sie deportiert wurden nach Italien, aber in Kalifornien, wo die an der Grenze waren, wurden sie danach in Spanien aufgehalten, weil die Regierenden diese Sorte Art Paranoia hatten, dass sie Informationen übertragen können, den Engländern zum Beispiel. Und es sieht aus, dass es auch ein strategisch Ort ist und meine Frage ist, wurden Sie auch aufgehalten in Spanien?
Ja, die beiden letzten Meetings, glaube ich, auch, aber der Locker sicher musste 8 Jahre in der Haft sein, danach in Flüchtern anderen Ordens, bis er an die Initiativen Maria Theresia freigelassen ist.
Aha, die wurde freigelassen.
Viele von Ihnen, Kalifornien ist typisch für dieses auch wegen der Angst von den Franzosen und Engländern.
Vielen Dank.
Danke an Sie, danke für die
Also, wir sind ein bisschen später angefangen, also wenn noch jemand eine Frage fragen möchte. Vielen Dank, Marisa. Okay, so we can continue with our next speaker, who is Pavel Zavadian. He's interested in editing Jesuit correspondence from overseas mission to Bohemian province. That is back home in 17th and 18th centuries. He published an edition of this correspondence in his dissertation thesis, and later on he published anthology of translation from his correspondence to Czech language. His favorite missionary is Father Paulus Klein, who, as a member of Bohemian province, moved to mission in Philippines in 1678. And it is his personality and mentality that Pavel Zavadil is going to talk about now. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak about Father Paulus Klein. First of all, I would like to say some brief factography. Who was he? He was a Jesuit missionary originating from Bohemian province who spent his missionary life in Philippines. He was born in 1652 in town of Het in West Bohemia, German Eger, and died in 1717 in Manila, capital of Philippines. When he was a young man, who entered to the Society of Jesus, he was sending the applications to Superior General. After 3 years of these applications sent to Superior General, he became member of the first Bohemian missionary group to be appointed to oversee mission. His group started its journey in through Spanish America and Spanish Pacific in 1678, when he was 26 years of age. This journey was very long and complicated, and it took 4 years and 3 months Paulus Klein to arrive to Manila from Prague. First, his group missed the Indian fleet just by a few hours in Cadiz, and after 2 years of waiting in Sevilla, he boarded the ship, which wrecked just 2 hours after departing from Cadiz. All the travelers were saved, But Klein had to continue his waiting for new opportunity to travel to America. This opportunity came after half a year. In this new ship, Klein and his companions suffered from terrible sea storms, and in the end, sailing, which lasted 3 months, his ship got lost in the Gulf of Mexico and had many difficulties to find the harbor of Veracruz. Therefore, it was a moment of big joy and satisfaction when Klein finally could make the first step on the soil of American continent. In Mexico, he spent following 10 months. Then he continued his journey to Acapulco, and after sailing the Pacific Ocean, which lasted 4 months, he finally arrived to Manila, where he spent following 35 years. That is the entire rest of his life. Important is to know that he wanted to go to the China missions, but due to the political situation of the region, it was never possible, and he spent all the life in the Philippines. His career as a missionary was very successful. As the only one former member of Bohemian province, he became the superior provincial of any overseas province, that is, superior provincial of the Philippines from 1708 till 1710, 3 years. He is considered to be the first European to bring notion about Palau Islands. He was the founder of the Philippine book printing. He published several books in Tagalog language and also in Spanish language. He also prepared a vocabulary of Tagalog language. His most popular book was Pharmaceutic. It is called in Spanish, it was published in Spanish, it is called Remedios Fáciles para Diferentes Enfermedades, that is, easy remedies for various complaints. Since then, there was nearly no medical care accessible in Philippines. His book achieved big popularity and was reprinted even in 1857 by Dominican University in Manila. Klein also made big deal on establishing and developing Manila University, and he also became the first rector of Jesuit University in 1710. What I find very strange is that despite his vast activities and credit and merits, we can find a disturbing comment in Catalogus Triennalis Provinciae Filipinarum from the year of 1713. This comment says that Paulus Klein Supernavit provinciam sed sine approbatione nostrorum et externorum. That is, he governed the province without consent of members of society and also without consent of people outside of society. It would be interesting to know the exact reason why this comment was written in this form. We don't know, but we can surely guess. In my point of view, Klein was a very hardworking, intelligent, autonomous personality who didn't hesitate to be critical wherever and even sometimes to whoever. Yes, sure, he was diplomatic, but he was not silent when he wanted to speak. My reason for this statement originates from Klein's own words that I find in his correspondence. One example now. In the College of Sevilla, during the long waiting of 2 years, a thief came to the cell of other Bohemian Jesuit, Father Josephus Neumann, and stole several private properties from him. Klein describes the situation, and he is very unsatisfied with the result of this confusion of this case. Bohemian fathers caught the suspect, but he was not interrogated, and he was finally set free. No interrogation, no castigation, nothing happened. At this opportunity, Klein writes to his addressee, Johannes Tanner. Well, I quote, "What do your reverences think about this case? We have kept silence up to now, but in our silence, we are astonished. Your reverence congratulates to the Spanish province on its virtue, but there is one thing I must say. This virtue is so small in some important persons of religious state, whilst in others it's surely apostolic. Thus, calling into question sanctitas of foreigners, I will keep in mind forever the example of religious life that I saw in our Bohemian province. In first place, the discipline in our houses. I have not seen, I say, I have never seen such a perfect domestic discipline anywhere outside of Bohemia, that is Bohemian province." End of quotation. Now, it's the client's mentality or mood of mind or critical reasoning where we come down. We can clearly see that mentality of Father Klein is not the mentality of other Jesuit missionaries from Bohemian province. His estimation of Bohemian province is high. He speaks in superlatives about it. But as he comes to different regions and he meets different nations, he begins to compare. And he is very honest about his statements. His companions are usually quite cautious and careful in expressing their words, but Klein not. He writes clearly and loudly about what is not fair, what is good. His expectations from overseeing mission are not so high as the expectations of his Bohemian companions. He only wants to be useful and good member of society in the mission. He wants to transfer the good quality that he saw in Europe and Bohemia to the mission. He acknowledges all the new he sees in foreign provinces as far as he sees it's useful and good. If not, he may be very critical, much more critical than any more other of his companions. Another example of critical reasoning of Paulus Klein. From Sevilla, he writes to Johannes Tanner, quote, "I would not recommend your reverence to show yourself too generous to Spaniards. In first place, to express your generosity by your words, which, in our province, the more kind and benevolent they sound, and the less of authority they express, the more respect they raise. In some of Spaniards, they would not raise respect to the person who writes to them, but it has the opposite effect, that the person to whom the letter is written comes to greater estimation of his own person. I must say, it concerns only some persons here, because there are many whose mind is not fashioned in this way. But all the world knows that some of Spaniards were already born with kind of superestimation of anything that concerns themselves. So, it is very recommendable not to treat them in a humble way, not to show them humility because of reasons of politeness, but on the contrary, to show them the same authority which they like to show to the others. If not so, their feeling of self-importance is growing and growing. Once more, I repeat, I'm speaking only about some of the Spaniards, surely not about all of them. End of quotation. 1 year later, he writes to the same person, quote, "How different is the way to treat and to take care of guests especially guests from abroad. How different is it here and there, I mean, in your and my Bohemian province? End of quotation. Now, to whom is he writing these critical remarks? That is interesting. He's writing to his former superior, his teacher in Bohemia, and I would say also a good friend to whom he has great confidence. This friend, this addressee, is Father Johannes Tanner, who is nearly 30 years older than Klein. And Klein provides this respectable person, superior, with advices how to write letters to Spaniards. Sometimes it seems the mentor is Klein, not Tanner. In the letters of other overseas missionaries in Bohemian province, better say, in the letters that are preserved, you can never find this way of treating a superior, this way of writing, this way of giving advices. Klein is all the time very, very polite to his teacher and friend, but very clearly speaking and honest, outspoken. He never keeps silent when he is disagreeing. He had, for example, one confrontation with the shipmaster who bring the journey. But when he is disagreeing with some phenomenon which is around him, he is very critical. Klein is providing us also with information about Spanish and Jesuit censorship of that time. He states that all the letters of foreign missionaries were read and censored, so Klein was trying to find new ways of correspondence, which would not be censored, so that he could speak out openly in his letters. Indeed, with the help of Johannes Tanner, he really found these ways by diplomatic posta. Nevertheless, in one letter to Tanner, he suggests using either Czech language, which the Spaniards could not understand, and finally, writing in Czech language, he suggests a secret code, a cipher to use, and sends to Tanner instructions how to construct and decipher this code. One more thing about the Klein correspondence I would like to stress out. It is the reader of the letter, person or persons who are going to read this letter. Who is supposed to have access to the letter? Where's the border between private and not private communication? What can be read in public, for example, to students of Jesuit schools? And what is directed to a friend or to a teacher, or, for example, to a nobleman important for society? The solution of this problem, Klein usually lays in hands and decisions of his addressee. Few times he writes, "This is private." Usually, Klein says to Johannes Tanner, quotation, "Take whatever passages of my letter, have copies made, and send it to fathers I usually write to, or to whoever you will find suitable." Several times I pointed out that Klein and his mentality is different from the other young missionaries from Bohemia. But there is one thing that Klein and all the others have in common: their memories of Bohemian province. And these memories of Bohemian province are always grateful. All the missionaries confronting the reality of the New World write about Bohemian province with loving respect, as if it was their beloved mother or family. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very interesting paper. So now I open your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all this fascinating part to study. I had the opportunity to read your edition of letter.
You didn't.
I did.
Ah, okay, thank you.
And I'm interested in if there is more correspondence between him and Tamer prior to journey. And the second question is in two letters, which you mentioned Father so if there's chance that he spoke about
Well, we are lucky, I think, that Klein had to wait 2 years in Sevilla, because during this time the correspondence, the facility of correspondence was much easier than later from overseas mission. There are nearly no letters preserved from overseas mission by Klein. But this period of waiting, of preparing himself mission, is full of correspondence with 3 or 4 men, especially with Klein. Yes, there are more letters, and you can find them in my dissertation thesis on the web also. There are published in Latin, and you can find all the rest there. What is preserved, you know? About Franciscus de Florentia, he's writing about him, but I sorry, I cannot remember more. How to handle him to answer this question. I don't think he writes anything. I don't know at the moment.
I see that Father Gagneruki is not here, so maybe I will ask the archival question. Where are these letters preserved?
These letters, these critical letters between Klein and Tanner are preserved in the rest of one historical private collection of old books. It is a copy, it is not original. It is a copy which was copied in the 19th century. In the year, it was a really great collection of old books and manuscripts, even going up to 7th century. But in the end of communism, it was all put into trash. So there is only one or several meters of it, and one of the books is transcription of these letters. You can see when you read it that this is transcription of the original, because it depicts, for example, how is the paper, or when he can't read anything, he writes some explanation. So this is in one Czech small town called Náchod. The originals are not preserved. And I think it was rather complete, this book. It was because not all the letters sent from one or from the other to each other were preserved. So this is quite complete. There are about 30 letters.
It's possible that it is a selection in a way that they were abridged, right?
Well, it's selection, but it was not selected. I think it was once collected, all or nearly all, and it was put into a book. The original was a book, but it was not a collection of papers. It was really a book of originals put into.
Which is, if I may comment, this is first of all, it's extremely interesting that you found something like this in Náchod archive. I would be just wondering how you actually find information about it.
I didn't. There were my predecessors who found it. I just came to Náchod and I read it all and found what is inside.
It would be interesting how actually this kind of thing just get there.
No. You don't have any trail to find this.
In the end, just a quick comment. This is actually the case of Athanasius Kirche correspondence. That he put it into books, ordered it, according to the social status or profession of the writer. And he meant it to show it in his museum. So I am just thinking that maybe if you know that it was originally put in a book, that somebody really put a value in it, and maybe he had something in mind with this collection of letters already at the time they collected it into books. So
I must say, sorry.
Oh no, that's interesting.
No, I must say that there are some little mentions about Klein in that era, and all are very high. All say that Klein is somebody very intelligent, who knows very many languages, who is pharmaceutist, who is architect, who is econom, and who has so many knowledges. Everybody was speaking about him with the superlatives. There is one more interesting mention. One Jesuit writes, I would like you to be sent here also, that the missions are they need you, but how to make it? Because your superiors won't let you go. They want to, you who have in the Bohemian province, but make it like Father Paulus Klein. Don't mind your superiors and write to the superior general. He made it like this, and it was successful. So it was an really original person. That's why I put the name Paulus Klein at Obedientia in my in the name of my article, because his explanation of what is the obedientia is quite dynamic, and I like it very much, because he has his principles in his head which are untouchable, but he is thinking to whom is good to obey and to whom it's not so good to obey, for example.
Yeah, another question?
Just a short note, the 3 levels of obedience or humility in the Ignatian exercises. So probably in this context also you can see these writings of Klein, and to what extent it fits to Jesuit spirituality.
Maybe he's very original in my view.
Okay, do we have another questions? Okay. I'm going to thank you very much for your interesting paper. It is my great pleasure to invite our last speaker, who is Haruka Oba. She is now Associate Professor of Kurume University in Japan. Is it correct, I hope? She studied European history at Kyushu University in Fukuoka and Ludwig Maximilian University in München. In 2010, she got a PhD in history, German history from Ludwig Maximilian University. She collected her teaching experience at the University of Saarland and University of Erfurt in 2011, and at the Kyoto Prefectural University in 2014, while she continued to do research with different scholarship from Fritz Thyssen Stiftung, Wagner Stiftung, etc. In the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. She took part in the Austrian-Japanese joint project Japan on the Jesuit stage. So, and now she's going to talk about spreading images of world mission in and beyond Provinciae Bohemiae in the context of religious conflicts, a case study focusing on Japanese themes. And now I hope we will be able to get your presentation. Which one it is? Is that back? You can type them out. I will do it for you, okay?
Thank you for the invitation to this conference. And today I present the spreading the image of world mission in and beyond Bohemia and Moravia with the example of Japanese themes. In this context,
I want to focus on when and how the Yamaguchi debate of 1551 in Japan was described and depicted in East Central Europe, mainly in Bohemia and Moravia in the 17th and 18th century. The Yamaguchi debate is a well-known event not only in Japan, but also among those who deal with early modern Jesuit theology in Europe in the context of world mission. However, artworks depicting this event have not been systematically analyzed. Hence, I recently began investigating this kind of art. The spread of this type of art may have been intertwined with the Habsburg's policy of strengthening Catholicism in Bohemia, Moravia, and Belgium. I am currently continuing my research on this relationship and the possible interactions between the artwork of these two regions.
No problem.
First, I would like to provide a brief account of the relationship between the Iberian Peninsula and Japan in the early modern period. This relationship later influenced the artwork in Bohemia and Moravia through the Jesuits. The year after the Jesuits were founded by Ignatius Loyola in 1540, Francis Xavier left Lisbon to draw Catholic followers outside Europe. He traveled through India and Macau and reached Japan in 1549. By the way, Peter Canisius was first sent to Prague in 1555. It means Bohemia and Japan began being influenced by Jesuits almost in the same decade. Xavier began missionary work in Japan with several Jesuits, which was greatly successful. After 2 years, the Yamaguchi debate happened. After being permitted by the Prince of Yamaguchi to conduct missionary work in his territory, Xavier and his party were visited by many inhabitants and Buddhist monks. The visitors inquired about many things. Particularly, the Japanese monks wanted to discuss theological issues such as whether the soul was eternal. At the time, the Japanese language skills of Jesuits from the Iberian Peninsula were not yet good, and the Japanese monks didn't know Western words. Hence, it can be assumed that there was a great deal of misunderstanding on both sides in terms of the communication. However, the fact that Jesuits and Buddhist monks were willing to discuss this subject was in itself a very significant event. In 1552, Xavier summarized this event in letters, sent them to Rome, and appealed for the success of Jesuit missionary in Japan. These letters show that the 2 other Jesuits who were with him participated in the debate in Yamaguchi for a longer duration than Xavier. So the 2 other Jesuits were longer in the debate than Xavier. This is because Xavier had to leave Yamaguchi soon after the debate began for another duty. However, the story was changed by the other hand of the Mediterranean region, wherein Xavier always stood at the center of the debate. This fictional story was adapted for a while as the real one, not only by Jesuits, but also by ordinary people. This spread throughout Europe. At last, the Yamaguchi debate transformed to an event that took place not in Yamaguchi, but in Bungo, where Xavier successfully converted thousands of monks into Catholicism at once. Even many people of Bohemia and Moravia seem to have been affected by this propaganda during the 17th century.
In the 18th century, people slowly noticed that the history of this debate was different from reality. The fact that Xavier was accepted as a central figure in the debate can be explained by the growing veneration, but why was the location of the event changed to Bungo? This is related to King Francis of Bungo. The King of Bungo met Xavier as a young man and took a keen interest in Catholicism and European culture. Later, when he came to rule over the territory of Bungo, he protected Christianity and built hospitals according to the advice of the Jesuits. He did not convert to Catholicism during Xavier's lifetime. In fact, he couldn't do so because of his family's opposition. However, he converted almost 20 years after Xavier's stay in Japan, when he got a letter from the Pope Gregor XIII. When he converted, the King of Bungo chose Xavier's baptismal name, Francis, in memory of Xavier. After this history became well known among Jesuits, whenever they mentioned Xavier's mission to Japan, they invariably began to refer to the King of Bungo. Probably due to this influence, the story of the Yamaguchi debate was also accepted in Bohemia and Moravia as a debate in Bungo. However, very few Europeans, maybe only 3 or 4 Jesuits in Japan, saw the King of Bungo in person. Therefore, his appearance was portrayed in Europe in all directions. I will present an example here. On the right is a portrait of the King of Bungo in his later years, painted in Japan. On the left is a scene of the first meeting between Xavier and the King of Bungo, painted by the English painter Anthony van Dyck, a pupil of Peter Paul Rubens. So this, so the King of Bungo was depicted just like the Western art. Next, we will look at how the depiction of the Yamaguchi debate or debate in Bungo spread. While written information had already been conveyed to Europe by Xavier's letters in 1552, it seems that paintings began to be drawn around the time of Xavier's beatification. First, in 1619, a series of paintings in honor of Xavier was displayed in the church of San Roque in Portugal, and one of these series depicted the Yamaguchi debate. Since the Portuguese and Spanish courts invited several Japanese boys during the 1580s who had an audience with the Pope Gregor XIII and his successor Sixtus V in 1585 in Rome, this painting depicts the Japanese people just like the Japanese at many points. Later, in around 1645 or 1650, a painting on the same subject was drawn in Italy. Quite different from the painting in San Roque here, the King of Bungo, wearing many feathers, and Xavier are seen sitting together under a canopy, while Xavier is discussing something with an old man under the steps who appears to be a scholar or a monk. The King of Bungo's gaze turns towards Xavier, creating an atmosphere in which he is more interested in what Xavier says. This Italian painting seems to have influenced later paintings in the Spanish Netherlands. I apologize that this picture is not so clear, but because of raindrops or something like that, the picture is damaged a lot. In the Jesuit church in Mechelen, a Xavier series was painted in the late 17th century. of the paintings of this series is very similar in composition to the Italian paintings I showed you already. Some similar artworks appeared at almost the same time in the Carlo Borromeo Church in Antwerp and St. Peter in Ghent too. This suggests that the depiction of Yamaguchi debate may have been favored in the Spanish Netherlands. Subsequently, depictions of the Yamaguchi debate were produced in Bohemia and Moravia. At the time, the composition of the depiction changed again significantly. In Bohemia and Moravia, these two depictions appeared almost simultaneously. One is from the Xavier series, which survives today on the ceiling of Clementinum in Prague. And the other is the so-called Thesenblatt, which was printed for a disputation at the university in Olomouc. According to the previous studies, both were produced in 1675. Perhaps these artworks and even the disputation were somehow affected by the event that the decree of Pope Clement IX in the late 1660s upgraded the previous and glorious ventilation. The fact is that the compositions of the Olomoucs and the Prague's artworks are almost identical, as been pointed out in previous art history studies. Here, the king of Bungo is seated in the middle, with Xavier on the left and the lone man, probably a Buddhist monk, on the right. This copper engraving, said to have been produced by Johann Georg Waldreich, explains at the bottom that Xavier converted thousands of Japanese monks. Above Xavier's head, we can find a quote from one of the psalms. The quote says, "No matter how many pagans surround me, God always protects me." The inner voice of Xavier on the engraving is most likely represented by this psalm. A child on the left is holding a celestial sphere. It seems that science also supports the Catholic faith, or better to say, Catholicism and science together demonstrate the superiority to the pagan and the pagan's knowledge of the world. In the lower right-hand corner of the Olomouc's engraving, as previous studies have already pointed out, there is a picture of the Buddhist Holy One, Amida, drawn after the picture inserted in the book written by Athanasius Kircher. A man tries to debunk Xavier while showing him the object in the book. So, like this. This is an ornament in the shape of lotus flowers which has been displayed until today on either side of the altar in Buddhist temples. It represents a flower that never withers, like a flower of heaven. Why the depiction of the Yamaguchi debate changed in Bohemia and Moravia is most likely related to the European or East Central European custom to depict the participants in a debate facing each other on either side with a figure in the middle who could be seen as the judge of the debate. The illustration on the right is the famous Thesenblatt painted in Bohemia at the end of the 18th century. Here, so I put only a part, so only one small part of the Thesenblatt. Here, a fictive debate took place in Clementinum before the eyes of the medieval king of Bohemia and the Holy Roman Empire Karl IV. It is obvious that the composition of this scene, for example, is very similar to that of the Yamaguchi debate in Olomouc. For example, the legs of Carpos and the king of Bungo are depicted just in the same way. I can now show this example, but I'm sure we can find many other examples of similar debate scenes here in Europe. In the following period, Olomouc's engraving influenced the printed illustrations in the southern German-speaking area beyond Bohemia and Moravia. These two are illustrations from two books on the life and missionary work of Xavier, published almost simultaneously in Vienna, both influenced by Olomouc's engraving. Here, the king of Bungo in the center is peering off at an angle and looking towards Xavier rather than facing forward. The appearance of the Japanese Buddhist monk and the figure at his feet with the book look similar to the Olomouc's engraving. Both illustrations explain at the bottom that Xavier converted 200 or 20 Buddhist monks, a typical way of depicting the triumph of the Catholic faith. It is interesting that the number of the Buddhist monks go so fewer and fewer. So they're almost engraving thousands. And here, this shows 200 pontius, and that 20 pontius. So fewer. So in the book of the left side, the text on the immortality of the soul is written just behind the illustration. So it is clear that this scene shows the Yamaguchi debate. However, as mentioned already, the story is still told in this book as a debate in Bungo. Partly influenced by one of these illustrations, a large painting of Xavier's chapel in the church Breslau was painted in the early 18th century. The painting by Johann Michael Rothmeier appears today with the title, The Conversion of a Moorish Priest. However, since there are statues of 3 Japanese Jesuit martyrs in the foreground, this picture must have been originally painted as a scene representing the Yamaguchi debate in Japan. Or someone may have taken the idea from the story of the Yamaguchi debate and have depicted it as the event in the Muslim world. The appearance of the round man confronting Xavier is similar to that of Olomouc's engraving. Whether this painting was directly influenced by Olomouc's illustration or by the artwork of the 2 books published in 1690 in Vienna is not clear. After the 2 books published in 1690, Olomouc's illustration reached deeper into the German-speaking area in the 18th century. The painting shown here is a fresco on the ceiling of a chapel in the small town named Kappel in Tyrol. There are 2 frescoes on the ceiling of this chapel. One of these shows the 4 continents allegories praising the Virgin Mary. This painting is the second one, which depicts the Yamaguchi debate, definitely after the Olomouc's engraving. It can be seen from this example that even in the areas deep in the mountains, people were trying to show the universality of the Catholic faith by depicting the 4 continents and Xavier's triumph in Japan. Shortly after the fresco was painted in Kappel, the Yamaguchi debate was produced again in Olomouc, this time in the Jesuit church there. As already mentioned in several previous studies, the composition of this fresco is quite faithful to the engraving, which was produced earlier. The production of this painting was most likely decided to commemorate the 200th jubilee of the Xavier's departure from Lisbon to India. Maybe at almost the same time as the Olomouc's fresco, an engraving which is very similar to Olmütz's engraving, appears to have been printed elsewhere. Today, this engraving is found near Klagenfurt, Austria. However, where and when it was produced remain undetermined. All that is known is that it was produced during the 18th century. This seems to be a Thesenblatt for disputation, but the text at the bottom is different from that of Olmütz. When and where disputation was performed and the questions, when and where disputation was performed are questions that need to be investigated in the future. The influence of the Olmütz engraving spread indirectly beyond the German-speaking area and even beyond Europe during the 18th century. The book illustration of 1690, which was influenced by Olmütz's engraving, were brought to Latin America and Mexico. For example, they were transformed into paintings in Mexico. The information from Japan, which reached the European coast, was transformed into artwork in East to Central Europe and then transmitted beyond the European coast to Latin America. Throughout the Iberian Peninsula, Japan, Bohemia, Moravia, and even Latin America were connected by a very thin yarn. Such examples are not limited to a single type, although they are rare. This Thesenblatt was created in Augsburg in Germany during the 18th century, which seems to have been only partly influenced by Olmütz's engraving. This was transformed into a painting in Ecuador, Latin America. So I pick up one part of the last thesis paper here. Yeah, next. Sorry. Where am I? Back, yeah. This Thesenblatt from Augsburg, as well as this one, probably produced for a disputation held at the Jesuit University in Dillingen, shows a figure on the right side similar to the Buddhist monk who confronted Xavier in the Olmütz engraving. Here, the Buddhist monk is almost like a Chinese man, and the composition of the debate differs from Olmütz's engraving at many points. Could you please back? Yeah, it's better. But the people in the background hold up or show books, just like in the illustration of Olmütz. Since the king of Bungo kneels before Xavier in this Thesenblatt, possibly this depicts the scene almost after the debate, the scene in which the Japanese king decided to combat. I want to analyze in the future what is written on this Thesenblatt. Yeah, thank you. But I would like to show you another piece from the Jesuit church in Helecké in Moravia. I would like to thank my colleagues and friends in the Czech Republic for their support, which enabled me to capture this picture in the last month. This other piece is unusual in that it depicts the baptism scene of the king of Bungo. Here, the person who baptizes is Xavier, but in real history, it was not Xavier, but priest Francisco Cabral. In other words, here we can again see that Jesuits' intention to portray Xavier and the king of Bungo together and to propagate the success of the world mission and the triumph of Catholicism in Japan or in India. In any case, it is surprising that there are many paintings in Bohemia and Moravia, and also related to Japan, and in the neighboring areas, which depicted these two together. This has not yet been confirmed elsewhere. In the other regions where the Jesuits depicted the Japanese, we usually find only pictures of 3 Japanese Jesuits who were crossed in 1597 and beatified in 1627. Especially in Bohemia and Moravia, we can find not only many pictures and statues of these 3 Japanese Jesuits, but also paintings of Xavier with the King of Bungo. The density of Japanese-related art is most likely the highest in these regions, while we can find similar examples in the Spanish Netherlands too. So this map doesn't show the density because in one place there are sometimes many, but I couldn't show it with this map. The reason for this way, the reason for this may be the fact that Bohemia and Moravia were under intense. So the reason for this maybe is the fact that Moravia and Bohemia were under intense counter-reformation or recatholization by the Jesuits and the Austrian Habsburgs, linked to the Spanish Jesuits and Habsburgs, who supported actively the missionary work in Japan. Particularly, severe debarking and converting Japanese pagans may have been actively portrayed with this aim in mind in these regions. The extent to which the depiction of the pair was strong, in Bohemia and Moravia will require not only a further iconological search with the other similar artwork, but also a comparison with the depictions of these 2 figures in the Vita of Xavier, in the preach on Xavier's feast day, in the Jesuit praise, etc. This kind of research shed light on how the depiction of the Yamaguchi debate in Bohemia and Moravia was linked to the growing veneration of Xavier in these regions and contributed to the training of the debate in the Jesuit schools and universities and to the appeal of triumph of Catholicism or the universality of Catholicism. Thank you for your attention.
But I could get this picture in the last time, so I wanted to just show it. Because this is so funny. This is Archangel Michael, and it has a very little wings, and under the statue, demon. So Japanese, the Japanese made this so in order to hide the Christianity. So it looks like a little Buddhist. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this fascinating paper. And I'm sure there will be many questions, so please.
There was a village in Moravia with a big altar. Which city was that?
Was it Uherské hradiště? Uherské hradiště, yeah. Uherské hradiště.
Ratrice.
Uherské hradiště. I don't know. Mám německy. Na papíru je to šlo napsat. Pixen. Napsat. Prakticky.
you very much for the interesting presentation. It showed the interplay between frescoes and printings, right? I wanted to ask a question which is maybe not in your very field, but still related to this episode of Francis Xavier's life. Does this episode also appear on the stage of Jesuit theatre?
So
This debate, I think.
Didn't analyze until now because I began to do this research first in the last year. So I'm not so far, but in the Jesuit stage, so the discussion scene appears very often. So in the future, I want to analyze how far it is related to the debate. So,
thank you.
The content of the debate.
There was another question here.
Thank you so much. It was very inspiring, I would say. Do you think that the production of this artwork was connected with the opening of the missionary world for the Central European Jesuits?
So, especially for educating the missionary abroad,
I would say because before the 17th century, very few Central European Jesuits reached the East and the other regions. So, do you think there is a connection between this opening up?
Yeah, I think there was a connection between Jesuit drama gave also connection. So, for example, there is in Dipitae, the letter sent by the Jesuits to Rome to go to our mission. And in this Dipitae, people write sometimes also about the Jesuit drama or what they experience in the childhood. We don't know whether it is real or not real, but they write it. And so but we don't think so. We shouldn't think so. Even if Japanese were depicted, it doesn't influence the mission to Japan, but to India. So there are some Jesuits who wrote the letter to Rome for world mission. And in these letters they wrote, they played once or several times for Jesuit drama about the other countries abroad, etc. But they were sent to Latin America, for example. So in this art, it could influence the Jesuits, I think.
Okay, other questions? Maybe I would have one. So, how far do you want to go with your research in time? I mean, it ended somewhere in the 18th century, right? I'm going to try to find also like later images of this debate. So I'm just wondering when the Japanese king started to look at the Japanese.
So now I plan only the research until the end of the 18th century.
Okay.
So not later, but already in the 18th century there are people who write the real history, and also I didn't show you today, but there are also depictions which show this is Yamaguchi debate in the 18th century. So,
thank you.
But very few. So during the 18th century, not yet so many.
Yes. Okay, so thank you very much. If there are any other questions, then thank you again for a fantastic paper. All for your attendance. See you tomorrow.
But not tomorrow, because this evening is also the visit at the Sanctification Church as part of the conference. Also, the presentation of dramatic play in the congregation hall at that church. So this is written in the program 7:15 p.m. is the meeting point is in front of the church. So if you like to visit the church and to see the play, so please go there.
The play, if I may have a question, the play is just right next to the church?
Sorry?
The play is right next to
The place is in the complex of the church.
And she passed away a few years ago. Yeah. So, if you come, please let me know. I can write you an email. You want to? Yeah, right. So, fine. It was a real pleasure to be here. And another more on literature. I don't feel very confident. Yes, and because no, I really both my parents are both Italians, but years now. So thank you very much. And yesterday it was interesting, but today also sort of great to make acquaintances. Yes, I will be. Yeah. I'll see you later. I will go home and lay this.
Slavíme trošku